There we go. Hola, yuppie, every honey. Good evening. How's everyone doing tonight? We have more Umineko going today. Let's see if everything's working. Because for some reason the YouTube stream managing software is like glitching ultra hardcore, like it won't keep me updated on what's the stream condition on the tab, so I'm going to have 2 tabs open this time to see what the hell is going on. Apparently, I guess YouTube doesn't like it when I go live from OBS and not from YouTube itself. Although right now it seems to be working a-okay after I like murdered the cookies in Google Chrome. But alrighty then. Before we begin, let me just turn off the volume. I want to test something. I want to see if I can make the game audio be caught separately from, so that I don't have to go desktop audio mode. Blah. Capture cursor. And the title must match. No, it's not even an option in... okay, so I do have to turn on desktop audio. Capture cursor. You might have heard me double right now, but okay, this should do for now. I'm going to check on my phone though how I sound like, and then we can start. I do have a lot of what I want to get done today, so let's see. Let's see if I sound okay. According to my phone, I sound okay. Also, I just realized I forgot my water, so give me just a second. Okay, we have hydration. We are ready. We are ready for some wedding interruptions today. All I have for a snack today is a banana, so some potassium. I don't even know what potassium does to the body, but fuck it, right? Okay, so quick recap of what we had last time. So Erika thoroughly mind-fucked Battler and put him in a potential logic error, and now he has to figure out how to solve the logic error without, like, you know, fucking blowing up everything, like destroying the game board, and all because he felt some kindness for Erika and wanted to give her some duct tape. Anyway, Erika is really fucked up because she saw off everyone's heads, including Maria's, and like, how the fucking deranged do you have to be to saw off Maria's head? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, if she had gone into, like, shot Maria's face off with a shotgun, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's still, I still don't like that. I still feel that that's terrible. But sawing her head off, that's not a quick way to die, right? And, boy, I'm not over that yet. So, and now Erika's like, I'm going to marry Battler to take over the game board. And Beato now needs to do an any percent speedrun to become old Beato, or otherwise Battler is going to get thrown into an anti-R novel, and we don't want that. So without further ado, let's start reading, and hopefully I'll be able to finish episode 6 tonight, because I really am tired of doing the whole switching between Twitch and YouTube on OBS. It's so annoying that you don't have like 2 separate profiles where you can just choose on drop down. No, you have to connect the account all over again and switch all the tabs. You can't even have Stream Labs connected on 2 different accounts on 2 different platforms, because the alerts stop working, and that's so thanks. Anyway, load. Oh yeah, another thing where we left off. So Shannon and Canon decided to have a classical duel in the West. And yeah, this is where we left off. You could say that Battler really needs a hero now, right? Like, Jesus Christ, this beat though. I'm still not over it. It's like the freaking Erika sickest beats, right? I can't even do like the serenade to where have all the good witches gone and where all the goats. Maybe if I ever do a compilation video for episode 6, I'll finally do it. But okay, let's go. The cathedral was beautifully decorated for the wedding between the territory lord, Lord Battler, and Lady Erika. A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. As befitted the demon's wedding, it was neither solemn nor quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity. Image. Did they come to the wedding? But we're not getting married yet.
ゼパルとフルフルのところに身を寄せていると聞いています。愛を司れば魔王陛下とて退かねばならぬほどの力を持つ方々です。きっと何かの力になってくれると思いたいのですが。
あいつらのことはよーく知ってるわ。素直に力を貸してくれる連中じゃないのはあんたもよーく知ってるでしょうが。
ですが、しかしだからこそ奇跡にも通ずる力を与えられるのです。
とにかくバトラ君の心を密室から助け出せればなんとかなるのです。
Yeah, but
ガープは密室
we're
が
all
大好
cracking
物
our
なんでしょ。
heads.
何か妙案は思いつかないのですか。
ひどい密室よ。バトラとエリカの2人で赤き真実だらけのガッチガチ。内部からの単独脱出は不可能だと断言できるわ。
やはり誰かが入れ替わりで内側に入りチェーンを締めるほかありませんな。
その誰かが現れてくれればバトラを助けるのは容易よ。11人もいるんでしょ。
その11人はゲストハウスの2階にそれぞれ封じられています。なんとかそこを抜けられれば。
なるほど。
Yep, it looks like it. Solving the problem of Battler's closed room is equivalent to solving the problem of either closed room.
そういうこと。
Oh man, can the triad the
バトラ
polycule
の
solve
確執だけ
the
にこだわる
puzzle?
のは思考的密室も同然だわ。バトラを助けるために開く密室は客室じゃない。ゲストハウスの密室なのよ。
Why does she have glasses now? Why does she have
ゲ
glasses?
ストハウスの2部屋は我らアイゼルネ・ユングフラウが封印を担当しております。
あんたらは封印と結界は大のお得意だもんね。
しかしさすがはミス・ガープ。バトラを救うべく破るべき密室はゲストハウス側であると気づかれるとはお見事です。もうじき式も始まるでしょうが、それまでの退屈しのぎに一つ現場の再構築でもいかがです。
What, are we going to throw hands right here, right now, as the opening ceremony?
いいのですか。エリカ教の駒であるあなたの守秘義務に違反しませんか。
いいえ、構いません。存分に現場の封印を確認なされて絶望され、心の底から式を祝福できるに違いないですから。
Okay,
ユージュン乗るわ。
that's
リ
just
ア
mean.
式前にちょっとつまみ食いさせてもらいましょうよ。
それではアイゼルネのお嬢様方再構築をよろしくお願いいたします。
金家謹んで受けたまわり立てまする。
We hear and obey.
ここはいとこ部屋ですね。
Yeah, the cousin room.
隣部屋も構造は全く同じです。それでは存分にご検証を。
部屋にいるのは源氏、郷田、カノ、そしてクラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカの計6人ですな。
隣部屋は秀吉、ジョージ、シャノン、熊沢、南條、計5人です。
バカね、あんたたち。誰がいるかなんて今はどうでもいいのよ。この部屋からどう脱出するかだわ。
I get the feeling that knowing who's exactly in the room is also going to be like a big key.
そうでしたね。扉も窓も封印されていますから、なんとか他の場所から脱出を。
私ね、あんたら天界の連中が得意とする勢いでごまかす力技。密室じゃないわよね、この部屋。
金兄、慎んで申し上げる。我らが担当したる密室は完璧なりや。
あんた前回は金蔵の部屋で窓の封印を担当してたわよね。
Oh my god, Gap is gonna do her like
バトラ
that.
は金蔵をあの部屋のどこから逃がしたんだったかしら。
それはコーネリアのミスではあり、その叱責は上司の私が賜ります。
Oh, she takes the blame even.
金蔵の書斎の時と全く同じよ。
How sweet of Dranor.
窓よ、窓からこの密室は破れるわ。バレバレなのよ、あんたたちの手口は。
Nah, it's not that simple. Come on.
どうしてです？エリカ卿は部屋単位で封印をしたのですよ。
Yeah,
窓の封
probably.
印ももちろん含まれ、部屋を丸ごと封じたはずです。
なるほど。どうやら私たちは封印の定義を勘違いしてしまっているようですな。ガムテープで封じられて破れないわけではありません。牢屋ではないのです。
Okay. They are different from a locked chain.
封印は確かに密室を保証するわ。でも密室を維持することを保証はしないわ。ガムテープが破られない限り密室であることを保証するだけ。
我々は何も誤解させるつもりはありません。ガムテープが維持される限り密室を保証する、それだけです。
それでどうして窓からなら密室を破れるのですか？
簡単じゃない。
Yeah, do tell. I'm very curious about
ガム
that.
テープをぶっちぎって外へ飛び出すだけよ。
Yeah, but the others will see that.
ゲストハウスの外壁の構造は知らないけど、あの小娘が誰にも知られずに這いずり回って外からガムテープが貼れる程度には足場もあるはず。
Yeah, but if that was the logic, then Battle could have also broken the chain, right? Because it's
ガムテープを
it's
破れ
tape.
ば封印が破られたことが直ちに分かります。
See?
そして私たちは封印が健在であることをバトラのロジックエラー時にも証明しているはずです。
I mean, to be fair, you also only announced your changes after he was done.
そうね。確かにあんたたちは
Including
あの時
the
点
thing
で
with
封
the
印が破られていない
murder
ことを証明したわ。だから密室だと私たちは誤解させられた。封印イコール密室とは限らないのよ。
Gap's speciality was dealing the finishing blow in closed room mysteries. She leaned back and looked down at the short Dranor as though a challenge just was like taking candy from a baby. I just imagine how Gap, like, imagine Gap and Dranor as literally that meme of how to talk to short people correctly, and that's literally them. Dranor looked up at her with a bold expression and sparks flew between them.
封印イコール密室ではないのですか？そんなバカな。
思い出してリーア、あの時エリカたちは何の封印を見せた？何の封印の維持を見せたの？
なるほど。天界大法院の得意そうな改ざん術ですな。
聞き捨てなりません。お伺いしましょう。
だから言ってるでしょ。窓よ、確かにあんたたちは彼らを封印で封じたわ。その際には窓も含んでいる。そしてその証明は封印時になされた。ここまでは OK よ。でもね、 しかしその後、中の人間は誰でもここには誰がいるんだっけ？ゲンジ、ゴーダ、カノン、クラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカ、誰でも可能よ。窓のガムテープをちぎってここから抜け出し、バトラを助けに行くだけ。
Yeah, but I really don't think it was that simple. Like, I think that just doesn't work. Also, secondly, I'm pretty sure Dranor's about to drop with the whole red truth, like BAM! Genji, Golda, Kanon, Kraus, and Rudolph and Jessica cannot save Pater. Like, you wanna bet?
ですからその封印は健在であるとロジックエラージにも証明が。
違いますよ。あの時エリカ教が証明されたのは扉の封印だけです。
Oh, okay. I don't like that look, Dranor. I don't
あ
like
の
that
時エリ
look.
カ教は2部屋の扉を示し
I
そ
know,
の
I
封
know.
印の
This
健
is
在を
this
主
is
張
this is a trap. This is a trap. I'm
窓の
telling
封印
you.
には触れなかった。
Yeah, but
それが正解よ。
I think she's doing it on purpose.
確かに封印時は扉も窓も完璧だったでしょうよ。でもロジックエラー時には扉しか封印を証明しなかった。つまりエリカがゲストハウスを去ってから以降、窓を破って自由に部屋を出ることが禁じられていない。どう？グーの音も出ないでしょう。これがあんたたちのやり口よ。
上司ドラノール、そろそろ
She's going to drop it to them.
どうやら
Watch,
新郎新婦が到着されるようです。
watch. She's gonna
おし
do
ゃべり
it.
はこれくらいにしましょう。それでは後ほど。
Yeah, with a happy-looking grin on her face, Dranor turned around. Yeah, this is definitely a trap. But that must have hit her where it hurts. Gap wouldn't let her get away. She grabbed the other shoulder.
待ちなさいよ。ロジックエラー時に窓の封印が維持されているかを証明しなさいよ。でなければこの部屋の誰でもバトラの救出は可能だわ。
誰が救出を可能だというのですか？
Yeah, we still have like the guns.
誰でもいいのよ。じゃあ個人的好みでカノン君を指名するわ。身軽そうだし気配を消すのも得意だしね。
Yeah, but you have
エリカ
Hideyoshi
の後
pointing
つけ
guns.
素早
Hello?
くバトラ君と入れ替わるのにぴったりだわ。
カノンに不可能です。
不可能？ダメよ。普通の言葉じゃ信用しないわ。赤き真実であんたの赤きたちにかけて誓いなさい。
She's gonna do it. Don't
ミ
anger.
スカープ、これより始まるのは神聖なる婚儀です。その神聖なる場で太刀を抜けとおっしゃるのですか？無礼無粋を極めるかと思います。それはまたの機会がいいです。それではこれにて。
She did it.
カノンにバトラの救出が可能よ。
Oh my God, God, please
エリカ
don't.
封印後に窓を出て客室のバトラ君と入れ替わりチェーンロックを閉めてクローゼットに隠れた。
No, this is not good. Don't pick
不
a
可能
fight.
です。
Yeah, I told you.
窓も封印を維持しています。
I told you
無
it
論
was a trap.
ロジックエラー時2です。
Gap's rapid reverse roundhouse that followed her blue wedge crossed with Dranor's red longsword and pointed at the other's throat. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several goat guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting.
何よ、ちゃんと返せるじゃない。どうしてもったいぶったのよ。
やがてその思考にベアトリーチェが気づき、それを救出の鍵として婚礼に乱入してくるだろうと思っていました。しかしそれに先にあなたが食いつき、奥の手を見せることになるとは思いませんでした。
Oh, so Gap actually did us a solid, so never mind. Never mind.
汚いやつだわ。あんたらわざと窓を疑わせてベアトを誘い出して返り討ちにしようと罠にしていたのね。
Yeah, actually Gap is a queen, never mind. She did us a whole big solid.
花嫁を警護する人間 として当然のことです。これで満足ですか？魔界式の婚儀は実に下品で野蛮です。では失礼。
おっと、まだ騙されないわよ。あんたが言った窓の封印はカノンのいとこ部屋のものでしょ。
Oh my god!
じゃあ隣部屋の窓はどうな
The
の？
one. Yeah.
あんたはカノンの救出の可能性について、隣部屋の人間の可能性はまだ。
しつこいお人です。
And she's diced.
ご無礼お詫びするであります。本式典警備役のシエスタ姉妹近衛隊であります。失礼ながらご両名の招待状と樹林を拝見します。
ドラノル
She
への
removed the glass. It's like I can't even show you that because I don't have a webcam, so and not even a 3D
花嫁
model.
側参列者です。招待状と受領員並びに花嫁警護役の証明書です。
ノックス主席殿と確認しました。バトラ教の婚儀へようこそ。歓迎いたします。
ガープよ、花婿側参列者招待状と。
It doesn't have a stamp.
受付受領員がないに。
ダイレクトにここに来ちゃったから受付通ってないわ。で、
Of course.
受領員まだなの。
あなたはこんな時にどうしてまた。
Gap, why you like this? And yeah,
失礼ながら別室へご同行願います。
Oh no! Donald watched shrugged and turned away.
待ちなさいよドラノール。私の青き真実に答えなさいよ。
She's not going to.
天界大法院の見解をご希望でしたら法院規定に従いご申請をお願いいたし。
Bruh! Don't hit us with the bureaucracy. Oh my god.
窓口は平日10時から17時までと知りたまえ。
It got worse.
12時から1時間15分の昼休みと知りたまえ。
金系申請書には修正液20号線は一切認められぬものと知りたてまつれ。
Bro.
某イベントの申し込み書もそれがあると落ちるって噂があるに。都市伝説です。多分。
I wonder if Ruki, she's speaking from
青き真
experience.
実を口頭での仮受付といたします。正式な申請が受理されるまで保留とし重複申請を禁じます。
Bruh.
わけわかんないわ。私の青き真実に答えるの？答えないっての？
月曜日にご申請いただければ来月末頃にはご回答できるでしょ
Oh
う。
my fucking god.
重複申請は禁じられていますのでたった今あなたが口にされた青き真実は本婚儀では使用不可とします。根
Nasty.
拠法令大法院事務規則第214条の15重複申請の禁止について
We're going
慎んで申し上げる。
full the whole mode. Jesus wept.
ロジックエラー時の隣部屋の窓の封印が暴かれていたことを理由とする青き真実の使用を禁じるものと知りたまえ。
Nah, so it can only be red truth.
金系謹んで申し上げる。当該の青き真実への回答義務は発生しないものと知りたてまつれ。
今日もの。ちょっと話しなさいよウサギ楽団。
Oh man, Gap. Why? The Chester sisters let Gap away. Just when she thought she'd reached the core, they had underhandedly refused to respond. However, this is a big clue. There's a chance that the window seals on the next room over have been broken. I feel like this is still a trap. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Battler. And yet, just now, that move was sealed away. And the use of any brew based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken has been prevented. It's now impossible to claim that the five who could have saved Battler were the ones who did it.
何よそれ。
My mood exactly!
卑怯だわ。それが答えなんじゃないの？窓だけ封印の維持を証明していないのは私も気づいてたわ。でも青き真実に使えないなんてどうすればいいのよ。
Well, red truth?
分かってるわ。フェザリーヌはどうせ自分だけ答えに気づいてて 北総エンデルンでしょ？
I mean, she wrote it, right?
すまぬな人の子よ。私もこれには困った。
You wrote this book! What are you talking about?
ちょっと何を言い出すのよ。
私も隣部屋の窓がまだ開いていることは気づいていた。しかしながらそれを反論に使えぬと封じられるとは想像もしなかった。
The question is why?
これって重大なルール違反じゃないの？だって正解が言えないクイズなんてフェアなゲームじゃない。
To be fair, Dranor kinda did the same in the last episode where she said you can't use red or blue truth to confirm that Kinzo is dead, so Batter had to use the golden
これ
truth.
向こう側のロジックエラーじゃないの？
それがロジックエラーにならないからこうして物語が続いているとも受け取れる。
つまり隣部屋の窓と全く無関係な他の答えがあるってこと？
I think so, yeah.
あるいは窓の話をせずに隣部屋の5人の誰かが助けに来られたことを説明するか。
窓の話をしないってことは窓を使わずに部屋を出るってことだわ。それでは隣部屋だって密室と変わらない。
ふむ、だから私も困ってしまった。このおかしな封印宣言のせいで2つの部屋は再び密室に戻ったも同然になってしまった。おそらくだが。
おそらく何？八百万を束ねて超えるっていうあんたの知能ならどんな答えが見つかるの？
She wants us to use the brain, so she won't tell
答
us.
えはない。
ない？ないって何？
隣部屋の窓以外に出口はないにもかかわらず隣部屋の窓を推理に組み込むことが許されぬ。この密室を解く答えはおそらくない。
Oh, that's nasty.
ないならどうなるの？
答えがない以上説明義務を求められているプレイヤーが敗北するのは必要だ。
それって手詰まりってことじゃない。
Well, we can basically then force... Well, if we can't use the argument, then we have to find a way to make Dranor and Erika and the others put the obligation of explanation on them instead of us.
つまり今のドラノールの宣言はある意味とどめ。
No, because she didn't
チェ
explain
ックメイト
either.
ってことじゃない。
いや、一手あるにはある。しかしその手は二度と使えぬ手だ。そしてそれはベアとの心臓の一部でもある。
Oh,
この物語の最大の謎の一つってこと？
そうだ。
oh.
それを使えばあるいはなんとか。
Fell inside deeply. It was something she hadn't done once before now. Okay. So that's how we work back into Beato having to become her former self. That's a nice way to tie it. I see. So as long as this tale has been, it is finally time for the curtain to close. Exposing the answer to this riddle means the same as finally killing Beato. But perhaps Battler is the only one qualified to make that decision. If he weaves such a tale as the Game Master, no one will be able to stop it now. The greatest riddle of this tale will probably be revealed very soon. Will it? We still have 2 episodes. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. It was the sound of the several dozen Chester Sisters Imperial Guards, members of the Honor Guard, who stood in a line across the cathedral and stamped their heels in unison. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke.
ああ、どうか静粛に。
Oh,
参列のご来賓諸見よ。
the two lovely
容
pair.
姿にして無限の魔術師であらせられるバトラ教と真実の魔女であらせられるエリカ
Oh
教の
my
コンビに
god.
ようこそご参列を。
We put dubstep on into this wedding! Zephyr and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral. Having them invited to host the wedding was a great honor. Though they had asked for silence, the attendants who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with an enormous applause.
セパルたちではありませんか。
Yeah, it's them. Also, let me check if everything is still running fine. Yeah, it is. Good. I'm having like my phone as a window to see if everything is still okay. Okay. They really did put really some hardcore dubstep as the wedding theme. Jesus.
もうこの会場に紛れ込んでいるかもしれませんが。
They searched for Beat in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere. She's
ベ
busy.
アトはバトラ君を救う方法を見つけられたでしょうか。
ゼファルとフルフルの力を得られたのだきっと。あの方々の力を得て成し遂げられぬ奇跡はないのですか。
もしも得られなかった
Then we're fucked.
その辺でハンカチを噛んでるヤギがお嬢様でしょうか。
Why were we so mean? Don't be so mean.
それでは新郎新婦の入場を迎えよう。
厳かに迎えてどうか二人の門出を祝ってほしい。
いでよ新郎新婦、墓場まで逃れられぬ婚姻という名の束縛の道を歩まれん。
I don't like that. The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. And there she is, the little hacker. No, it's Battler. Oh man, you don't look enthusiastic for this wedding, my guy. He needs a hero. And then the territory lord and his beautiful bride came into view. Yeah, but arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. The Chester honor guards stood at attention along either side of that path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down. Jesus wept. Chester's sister that weren't part of the honor guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and the like, keeping an eye out for any intruders.
WO 45、415、異常ないか。
Nope.
天井狙撃手異常ないに。
Thanks. Thanks the girlfriends. 410 and 45 were on the top of a massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. What a fancy spot. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of other chandeliers. The girlfriend chandeliers, we love that. The seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendants wouldn't notice.
現在ベアトリーズ教と疑わしき参列者36名と襲撃可能地帯の131名を同時捕捉監視中。
警戒を怠るな。必ずベアトリーチェ教は婚儀を襲撃するはずだ。
嫁を奪いに襲撃なんて燃えるに。410、嫁じゃないです。婿です。
He can technically be a bride. Oh yeah, he is. He definitely is. Someone help him. The Chester sisters, Chester sniper teams on the chandeliers use super high efficiency observers to track the movements of the several hundred attendants. If any of those made any suspicious movements, the Chesters have been given permission to fire immediately. The one on the chandelier is Chester 127. That overkilling monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. Shish! The one on the chandelier across from that is Chester 20. Her firing range is 6,000 shots per minute. Okay! However, she's using a portable magazine this time, so 2 seconds is all it'll take for her to use up her ammo. 6,000 shots though, on the right? That's still a lot. Lazy Bun can barely do her job for 2 seconds. Oh, come on, don't do it like that. That's still a lot of bullets. Slowly and making a show of it, the two walked down the red carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blank. If you still looked closely, you could probably tell that Erika was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erika to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 sisters of purgatory, who held long ceremonial arms in the shape of the one-winged eagle. Oof.
バトラのバカ、何をぼんやりしてるのよ。これだから無能と言われるのよ。ベアトリーチェ様のお心の痛みが誰にもわかるわ。バカバトラーがロジックエラーなんて起こすからこんなことに。バカバカバカ。
I felt that.
ベアトリーチェ様、平にこのコンビを盗ますわけがない。当然よ。ベアトリーチェ様の強欲なお方、自分のおもちゃをみすみす人に譲るわけもないわ。必ずおいでになる。ジューリー、披露宴は美味しい料理がいっぱい出そうだね。
Feels above was like, oh, it doesn't matter. What about that steak?
ああ、私も早く花嫁衣装着たい。
Asmodeus, Lucifer, Beelzebub. Okay, sorry. When Cancela and Badelta were in the noble seating on the balcony, they were sipping some bizarre carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show. What do you mean bizarre carbonated cocktails? Are you drinking freaking Monster?
素敵な花嫁衣装じゃない。
Like, are they drinking the gamer juice?
いいわね、こういうの。前座よ、こんなの。ひどいわね。どっちのイベントが真打ちなのよ。まさかベルン、本気でベアトが来ると思ってんの？あんたも知っての通り、バトラの密室は完璧よ。ベアトに勝てる道理なんてないわ。
We'll find
そう
out.
でしょ？あんたも聞いてるでしょ。隣部屋の窓は封印を破られてる可能性があるのよ。ドラノールがそれを一応は封じたようだけど、概念否定をしただけで窓を塞いだわけじゃない。また窓から飛び出すわよ。片翼のわしとやらに。
Maybe.
かけない？ベアトが来るから。絶対来るにかける。
I bet she comes. Okay, so Lamba Delta is on the Beato team.
奇
Let's
跡
go.
的に来るにかける。ああ、成立しないわね、こりゃ。
Both are betting it. The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beato would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the closed room and take Battler back.
あんたは裏から見たから知ってるんでしょ。トリ一応ね。でもエリカが頑張りまくっちゃったから、もう私にもさっぱりよ。嘘つき。へえ、あんたはきっともう気づいてるんだわ。
She Bernard's like, don't lie, come on.
バトラを救うトリックがあるわ。でも難しいわ。その手を使うとベアトの心臓の一端がさらされる。そうでしょ。なんだ、わかってるじゃない。ねえ、賭けを変えない？何に？勝つのはベアとかエリカか。
Oh dear.
あんたがエリカにかけるって言うならいいわよ。乗るわ。お、エリカにかけるの？勝ち目の根拠は？もしそのトリックがゲームマスターのバトラーはそれを晒すのに躊躇する。だから勝てない。おそらく引き分けよ。ケムに巻いてうまく逃げるに決まってるわ。バトラーはベアトを安らかに眠らせると誓ってるのよ。それはベルン、甘いわ。
Oh my god, they're girlfriends. The bet was made based on the assumption of that certain miracle that Beata would come. They are both just such go. Oh my god! Poor Virginia! Jesus wept! She's being smothered by goats. The poor woman. Virgilia was standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Batra walked by. She tried to tell him that the window seal on the next room over hadn't been checked, hoping that this would give him a hint. She's like calling over the goats, like hopping over them, like over their shoulder. You see just her nose and her eyes and the hat, like Batra, Batra. The windows. I can't emulate it too well on a live 2D model, but I hope I got the point across. How However, she had been marked perfectly. Oh my god, the instant she tried to lean forward, two Chester sisters right behind grabbed her arms. The powerful force told her that she wouldn't be able to move even a step forward. Trapped, she was forced to stand there and watch as Battle walk past. Man, that sucks.
彼は今もたった一人密室で戦っています。しかしあの密室は自分だけの力では抜けられない。誰かが助けに来なければ抜けられない。
あの子が助けに来なければバトラ君は出られないのですね。
密室の鍵さえあれば必ずそのお嬢様ならきっと。
Yes, we have to pray for Beato.
あなたの人生にはきっと何度も試練があったでしょう。しかしどうかこの試練にだけはお打ち勝ちください。あなたならきっとできます。このロナでそれを疑いません。
How I appreciate so much from him. He has such faith. What a good man. Sorry, good demon. The bride and groom's procession slowly advanced down the path to the grave and reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erika glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that closed room. Once more, the sound of the Chester on the guard stamping their heels rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral again. Now the wedding ceremony would finally begin.
愛のために生きるのです。すなわち今日あなた方は生まれてきた意味を目的をなし。
生きる力、愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。
Battle about that.
今日という日の輝きがどうかお二人を永遠に祝福しますように。
No!
さあ愛し合う二人を愛の制約を物言えぬ夫に代わりて
妻は二人を代表して制約を。
Oh my god, that's terrible.
バトラはエリカを。
What a joyous ceremony. Yeah, right. Also, hello, Millennium Master 118. How you doing?
エリカはバトラを健やかな日もやめる日も支え合って生きることを誓います。
No.
聞こえませんよ、バトラさん。文句があるならもっとはっきり大きな声で言ってください。
Oh boy, someone stop this wedding.
それ以上の文句が終わりでしたら、まずはロジックエラーの密室からお出になってからにしてください。安心して、その日まで永遠に私があなたを支えてあげますから。
二人の愛の制約を聞きました。ああ、誓いよ、永遠なれ。
Now that's a short one. The thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of subordination. After the oath, they would symbolize their bond. It was the exchanging of the rings. Yamero, stop! The territorial lord's wing, with the one-winged eagle engraved on it, that sat on Battler's wing, would become Erika's. By this, she would become the ruler of this game board. And in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erika had prepared. No, at a glance, it just looked like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and mark him as another's property. This is, oh no.
さあ、二人は指輪の交換を。
Oh boy, no.
身動きできぬ夫の指を妻はどうか支えてあげて。
No, this is bad. Erika respectfully took Battler's right hand, then slowly pulled off the territory lord's ring that had been on his ring finger. This is, oh boy, this is bad. That was the ring Beato had entrusted him with. Erika stole it away.
あの女の残した指輪なんですよね。それを私みたいな女に奪われるのってどんな気持ちですか？
It feels like shit. Is he trying to tell her go to hell?
聞こえません。もう一度お願いします。
地獄。もちろん。
なんだ。それならご安心を、バトラさん。
Erika pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it and told him where they were.
そこですよ。
Ugh. Yikes. Then slowly, she took Beatrice's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand.
では花嫁、
Isn't it too late?
続いてあなたの指輪を花婿に。
すごい指輪ね。彼を永遠に逃がさない。これは特注ですから。
It's custom made! Ugh. Even Battler's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erika held. It was like Erika herself. On the outside, it shone beautifully and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will. And on the inside, to symbolize never letting go of the prey it had latched onto, it had 8 sharp thorns pointing inwards. If they had been growing out of the outer side, it would have looked like the color of a guard dog from hell. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? By twisting the diamond, those thorns could slide in or out. In other words, if you twisted it after thrusting the finger inside, the inward-facing thorns would bite down, never releasing until the end of time. Yeah, oh, that sounds painful. Then even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erika for all eternity. Yes. Who the hell would wear a ring like that? Well, apparently someone who's a masochist or who is forced to. He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase. And furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. She resisted Battler's left hand and stroked his ring fingers as if tasting it. Erika pressed the ring of subordination against the tip of his finger. If a ring is made to fit too tightly, it can be painful and hard to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway, so its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. Even without the thorns, forcing a small ring like this on would hurt. Oh!
あなたの魂も全てを永遠に閉じ込めます。そしてあなたは永遠に生きた人形。死ぬことも許しません。私に永遠に怪我され恥ずかしめられ、私が勝利の美酒の味を忘れるたびに、あなたはその身をもって私にそれを思い出させるのです。何度もね。
Oh my God.
舌が噛めるなら今のうちにどうぞ。指輪が通ればそれすらもできなくなりますから。
Well, he'll have to bite off his whole finger then. Battler didn't even have the strength to bite his tongue. Even if he had, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the closed room, so he couldn't kill himself. However, if he accepted the ring, he would never be able to even think about escaping from the room, much less commit suicide. Oh no. Just imagining it, just imagining it hurts my fingers already. It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body from the inside. That pain would always torment Battler, but unfortunately, the power of the ring even stole away the heart that could understand that pain. Erika kept screwing that too small demon ring on.
無理。そんなら入るわけ。
大丈夫です。
Oh boy. That's grisly.
入りますから。ちゃんと。
With an obscene laugh, Erika let the silver thread drip from her mouth and soaked the finger and the ring. Ew!
力
Ew!
を抜いてください。一気に奥まで入れちゃいますから。無駄な抵抗なんかしないでください。抵抗しない方が痛くないですよ。ほら、胸って入るようになった。
Phrasing! Yeah, indeed, phrasing. Also, hello, Iguri. How you doing? Oh boy, this is grisly. The batteries, ma'am. Slowly, Batro's finger went deeper and deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation which would never be removed again. That's not all the way to the base though. Also, phrasing, ma'am. Phrasing! Why are you blushing? The demon's ring tightened around the finger so much that it seemed the finger would snap off along with the body. Ow! Could Batra's hated expression of anguish really describe how unbearable this filthy pain was?
一番奥まで入れたまま最後の仕上げですよ。これでもうあなたは永遠に私のもの。
Erika touched the ring's diamond knob. She twisted it. The thorns would bite in and never let go again. You won't.
本当。
お許しください、エリカ様。生涯を犬として扱われ、首輪につながれて生きることを誓いますから、この指輪だけはお許しください。そう言えたら、この指輪だけは許してあげます。
That sentence is long. He can't say it. It's too long.
よく聞こえませんよ。
許さね。
Oh, he's holding resistance even now.
絶対てめえを許さねえ。
あなたをこんな目に遭わせちゃって。
違う。ベアトの指輪を怪我したお前を俺は絶対許さねえ。
Oh man. His heart is in Beato all the time. Oh my gosh. But Batra's eyes had supposedly been forced into a muddled condition. They appeared strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Batra had used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so that he could say those words of resistance until the very end.
やはりあなたは飼いならせない犬って感じです。でもそこがいい。
Oh no. Erika smiled. Then she turned the diamond. Oh! Ow! In that instant, Batra let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. her voice and could be heard by no one. Oh my god, that sucks. However, it still rang out throughout the cathedral. Well, isn't it a bit late now? Isn't it a bit late now? Can Beato still make it in time? Let's see, I guess. Yeah, back to the duel though. How the other two's doing? Verika's voice gives me goosebumps. Yeah, Verika is pretty fucked up in this episode, but yeah, and her voice actress really managed to get like the twistedness of Erika across really well. A dreary breeze flew through the golden rose garden. Shannon and Kanon had already finished walking 19 steps, their backs facing against each other. When the demons conducting the trial gave the signal, they would both turn and settle this. Each one had one of the dueling pistols given by the demons in their hands. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. This duel would not end until one of them died. I love her so much. I really hate Erika, holy crap. But good for you. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all their thoughts to them as well as their fates. Just watching over their partners was now the only way they could show their trust. Oh, this is the new sprite. This one as well. Shannon and Kanon stood quietly with their backs turned. They had already set aside the feelings they'd built up during all those days they'd known each other. The next time they laid eyes on the other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling that trigger. Hey yo Yuppie, hi Kumamaro, how you doing? The only one who still couldn't muster any determination or resolve towards this duel was Beato. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Kanon or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they being forced to kill each other?
わからない。私にはどうしてもわからない。妹よ、我らには見守ることしか許されぬ。ゼパルさん、フルフルさん、どうしてこんな決闘を？こんなの恋の試練じゃない。やっぱりあなたたちは悪魔なんです。どちらかの恋人たちを破綻させて、それを見て喜びたいだけの悪魔なんです。静かに。
恋人たちの邪魔になるわ。
邪魔をしてるのはあなたたちじゃないですか。
Especially given the music being so intense. Yeah, this is a very serious story moment. We're witnessing battle about to enter a kind of anti-R dojun. While Shannon and Kanon are going to shoot each other.
あなたたちさえなければ誰も悲しまない。
それは違う。僕たちがこの決闘を取り持たなかったら。
2組はどちらも破綻したわ。これは必要な決闘なの。
私は最初から納得できなかったんです。魔法の奇跡がなければ恋って成し遂げられないんですか。恋って愛し合う2人さえいれば他に何もいらないんじゃないんですか。この決闘は無意味です。だからやめて。2人ともシャドウもカノンもあんなにも実の兄弟のように仲良しだってあなたたちがどうして殺し合わなくちゃいけないの。私にはどうしてもわからない。
Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell. However, no one's expressions changed.
そうだ。よく気づいたね。
それこそ愛の真実。
何がですか。
You will see.
愛し合う2人以外に本来は何もいらないんだ。
だからそれが2人でないとき、私たちは決闘でその数を2人にしなくてはならない。
一人の女性を奪い合っての決闘ならまだわかります。愛し合ういびつな3人を2人にする決闘。しかし彼らは2人と2人、それぞれの世界は もう完成されてるじゃないですか。争わなければならない理由が何もない。
世界を生み出す最小の人数は2人。
2人が揃って初めて世界は生まれ、恋は成就される。
Oh, wasn't this a line like in the 4th episode where Maria and Beato embrace and it said it takes two to create a
だ
universe?
からこの決
Oh
闘は
man.
必要なんだ。
彼らがその人数を満たすために。
家具は人間未満だから一人を満たせないと言い出すんですか。
正解だよ。家具は人間未満だから家具と人間じゃ2人を満たせない。
そんなのおかしいです。愛し合う2人の身分なんて関係ない。
いいや、あるよ。
It does.
本当に愛し合う2人の身分は関係ないよ。
Absolutely it does. Unfortunately, we
妻
live
を in a 持つ
world
男
where
と
it
の恋は
does.
許されるの？夫を持つ女との恋は許されるの？
親との恋は許されるの。子との恋は許されるの。恋の許されない身分なんていくらでもある。
じゃあ家具って何なんですか。どうして家具は恋をしちゃいけないんですか。
魂が一人に満たないから。シャノンもカノンも駒である君ももちろん。
あなたたちはみんな家具。魂が一人分に満たないから人間以下。
人を愛する資格はただ一つ。一人に満たつ魂を持っていること。だから愛し合う二人は世界を生み出せる。
例えば妻を持つ男はもう一人の女を愛する資格を持つと思う？
If he's polyamory, yes, but in this case, and the point that they're making, I'm going to assume the point is no.
あるわけがない。2人の女を愛せばその愛情は1人分に満たない。そのような男に愛する資格はない。
Cough, cough, Rudolph. Cough, cough.
ね。人を愛する資格のない人間や身分なんていくらでもあるの。二人の愛の一切あれば関係ない？それは甘い愛の偽善。
僕たちはね、恋をする資格を偽る人間を許さない。世界を生み出す最小人数を満たせない人間以下の存在の恋を許さない。僕たちの試練はそのためにある。罪深き魂たちに一人分の魂を取り戻させ、本当の恋ができるようにするために。
Oh dear. It is time, isn't it?
ゼパル様、フルフル様。
We are ready.
僕たちの心の準備ができました
Oh, this scene from last
どうか
time.
決闘の合図をお願いします。
The pair, bidding farewell, quietly asked for the signal to be given. Zephyr nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furfur spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the two
見
duelists.
ているといいわ。
愛し合う恋人たちのどちらかが破綻する決闘を。
いいえ、これは破綻のための決闘じゃない。本当の恋を成就させるための決闘。
私にはあなたたちの言っている意味がわからない。
いいえ、わかりなさい。これは本当に人を愛することができる人間が誕生する瞬間。
意味がわからない。
You will, though.
どちらが勝とうともどうか祝福してあげて。今彼らの家具としての日々が終わる。
合図は簡単。僕が1、2の3を数える。3と同時に決闘開始だ。
承知してます。
同じく。
2人が共に弾を外したら一度中断。再び弾を与え、もう一度背中合わせからやり直し。
決着がつくまで繰り返したら。
ゼパル、この決闘過去に何度も見てるのかい？
もちろん何度も見てきたよ。
大抵 何度の打ち合いで決着がつくんだよ。
Once, I guess.
ほとんどの場合弾丸一発で決着がつくよ。
みんな随分と拳銃の腕がいいんだな。
違うよ。片方が外せば残った方は悠々と追い詰めて撃つことができる。
True.
初弾をもし外したらまず勝ち目がないね。
Also true.
しかしぼんやりしていれば引き金も引けずに負けることになる。
同じ負けるならせめて引き金を引いてから負けたい。
いい覚悟だよ二人とも。では行くよ。
Alright, we begin. Oh my god, with what's it called? Rebirth of a Marionette? Like the remix of Birth of a Marionette. Also, my microphone arm is falling off a little bit, so let me fix that real quick.
1
1,
2の
2. Oh my god, I'm fixing my microphone arm. I can't even cry. No! One of them will die. I'm not ready. In the Golden Rose Garden. When the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out at once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether there was that was a single gun firing or the sound of both going off at the same time. Canon won! Canon won! Oh my god, but Shadow is dead! In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke. There, with the gun raised and smoke trailing the barrel, was Canon, and lying on the earth was Shannon. Oh no, my baby girl! No!
Shannon! いや、シャノンが倒れたのは銃声より早かった。
She fell before the gun fired? Oh, Jessica's gonna party. Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Slowly. Ah! She rises! She rises! She's not out for the count yet! Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. Girl! Slay! It had been a bet. If Canon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Canon shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. Holy shit, the music is going off. Thanks, Glitch, to text box. Canon had also made a bet. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a firearm. He was fully aware that if he assumed Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first, he would lose before even pulling the trigger. So he had decided to shoot right away. And he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Since he intended to shoot right away, he would be more mentally prepared, so he was confident that he'd be able to shoot accurately. If Canon had cautiously turned around and Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, then Canon wouldn't even have been able to pull the trigger. So no impatience on Canon's part was to blame here. The two had simply given it their all, left their fates to the heavens, and reached this result.
まさかあの短気な姉さんが撃たないなんてね。
私も意外だった。あの慎重なカノン君が振り向きざまなんてね。
Oh shit, she's got the winning bullet in her hands. As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. And Canon had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. If they both thought this, then what happened next would turn the assumption on its head. He's going to grab her gun, huh? Kanon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. This duel could only be settled by a bullet. But he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this fight around. And if Shannon calmly shot through Kanon, it would end. The odds that Shannon would miss or that he could get close enough to her before she fired, Kanon would bet all the chips he had on them. Shannon could draw Kanon in until the last second, then shoot him from a closer distance. If she pulled the trigger just before he reached her, then even if she missed, they would just start again from the beginning. Shannon kept her gun pointing at Kanon's forehead as she compared these two options until the final moment. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. The goddess of fortune smiles impartially. Surviving past the final moment, Shannon with a good-ass shot. Kanon barreled into her chest. He then swung his hand up and knocked the gun Shannon held into the air. That strike sent Shannon's gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Kanon's gun Kanon's gun also flew from his hand and danced through the air. The two guns danced around through the sky, reached their peak and began to fall. By that time, neither knew whose gun was which. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. Holy shit, that's a gamble! The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. The pair looked up at the brilliant sky and entrusted everything to the goddess of fortune. Then they each grabbed one of the guns out of the air, and after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Oh my god, the singing! So good! Even that had been like a dance. Then they each pressed the barrel of their gun up against the other's forehead, both as steady as a rock. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet. When they both pressed the triggers, one would die and one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica wouldn't know the results until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The muzzle of Kanon's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm. And the muzzle of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which. And yet, both expressions were solemn. The faces of those who would believe in their fate unswervingly until the moment the triggers were pulled.
悲しまないで。私たちはすぐに黄金鏡で会えるよ。
僕たちはもっと早くこうするべきだったね。
そうすれば再会しなくて済むのにね。
いざこの決闘さえももはや今日という日の前にはただの茶碗。
そうだね。
Even the stool was a farce, okay.
どうせ蘇る黄金鏡の前には本当にただの茶碗。じゃあ後ほど。
後ほど。
Oh my god.
さようなら。
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm scared. I'm scared. Who is going to die? Did Kanon die? Right there? Suddenly, Kanon fell to the floor as if he'd had an attack of anemia. It had happened without any warning beforehand, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open.
そんな。どうしたんだ。どういうことだ。これは。
Trying to get a look at the wound, Goda wiped Kanon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth, without any trace of a wound. And yet blood was pouring out, almost as though it was seeping through his skin.
何やってやがんだ。しっかり止血しろい。それが。
Oh no, Kanon died.
傷がないのに
So Shannon is the one who won.
血が止まらない。
カノンがしっかり、カノンがよしやく
Oh, she even calls him by his real name. Oh. No. Kanon's forehead was pale, as though his eyes were open. They had lost the light of the living, just like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He had passed away. Oh, just like Genji died in episode 3, right? Like, Ronove did the same to him, technically, right? Like, cutting a puppet whose strings had been cut is a line we've seen in episode 3 as well. Oh, but still, that's so sad. Poor Jessica.
よしやくよしやく
さようならカノン君。そしてありがとう。
Jessica dashed up to Kanon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and as the still hot blood was smeared over her forehead as well, she sobbed. Oh.
ジョージさん、私が勝ちました。
Oh.
私にはあなたやった。
Shit, I accidentally, I was shaking. I was shaking, I accidentally pressed the button twice. Oh my god. Shannon leaned against George's chest as though the strings holding her up had been cut. George held her in silence.
よしやくよしやく
Jesus Christ, Jessica's voice actress is going off. But this is breaking my heart, man. There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried golden flower petals and the sound of Jessica's grieving sobs. So sad. But now what?
これで僕たちへの試練はもう十分かい？
十分さ。
It is.
おめでとう。残ったのは君たちだ。
君たちを祝福するわ。でも忘れないで、愛を育むのがこれからのあなたたちの務め。
この奇跡が生み出した恋の種をどうかしっかり育ててほしい。
もちろんさ、彼女と君たちにかけて誓う。
それでは魔法の奇跡をシャノンに。
今こそ君の魂を人間に一人分に満たそう。集え満たぬ魂よ、一なる魂となりて愛を知りたまえ。
Oh dear. Well, at least Shannon lived, right? When Zeppelin and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. They came from the losers of the trial, from Kanon who had been defeated, from Beate who had dropped out. Slowly the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of gold dust. Oh, Beate is dying too? No! Not Beate! No, 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 no! Not her!
これはどういうことだ。負けたら消えるとは聞いていないぞ。
As she yelled, Beate the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly.
カノンは死んだから消える。そしてベアトはバトラーを愛するために生まれたからその資格を失って消える。
Well, shit!
これはとても公平。あなたが生き残ったのは他の二人が消え去ったのだ。
我が妹よ、しっかりせよ。バトラの密室を解き救うのではなかったのか。こんなところで果ててどうする。それでも一なるわらわの片割れか。
Don't give up! Baby girl, don't give up!
どうしてバトラさんを好きになるなんて目的のために。
You don't know.
実は
Oh, she doesn't
知らないん
know.
です。はあ、こんな時に何を。
No, baby girl!
私
Opacity lower to -5. Making jokes is how I cope with shit, you know?
生まれた時にバトラさんを愛しなさい、愛されなさいって、それが目的で生み出されて、だからどうしてバトラさんを私は好きなのかよく知らなくて。
Oh, I'm actually getting tears in my eyes.
人を好きになるのに理由などいらぬわ。消えるな。そなたが消えたら誰がバトラを救う。我が妹よ、ベアトリーチェ。
No! Oh no! No, my baby girl! No! No! Not the baby girl!
どうして
Anything but Beato.
バトラさんのことを好きなのですか、お母様。
Mother. Who?
ああ、俺ってさ、家庭的なことか案外苦手なんだよな。この通りガサツな性格だろ。レディーファーストとか、女の子の前では礼儀正しくとか、そういうのはさっぱり苦手なんだよな。だから強いて好みはって言われると、そうだな、ジェシカみたいなタイプの女なら結構好きかもな。俺がガサツなように向こうもガサツがちょうどいいんだ。
Oh! Oh! You mean crude like Beato?
お互いよ、汚ねえ言葉遣いで気づかれなく、男女とか気にしないでバカがやれるラフな関係が理想かもな。だからもしも俺に彼女ができるとしたら、いつも俺がジェシカとバカやってるみたいにはちゃめちゃな関係がいいよな。
Oh.
あ、容姿の好み？別にそんなのは気にしねえけどよ。まあ洋画とかに出てくる金髪ボーイ、青目のグラマラスな彼女だったら
Oh!
最高だぜ。
Oh no!
ちんちもませろーいってな。
Yo, Battler, don't ruin the mood. Like Beato? Oh. Beatrice, listen. I am giving you my love for Ushiromiya Battler. Become the kind of woman Battler wants. Take the golden hair he likes. Take the blue eyes he likes. Take this personality that matches his. And then you must love him in my place. And then, if possible, you must be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please, take my feelings that went unfulfilled. My feelings that I couldn't hold back. And make my wish come true. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokkenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will become the master of this island and wait for the day that he becomes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all of my worries onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch Beatrice. And one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything. You will bring blessings to all lovers. When that happens, I pray that you and I will both succeed in finding happiness. From this day forward, you will no longer... Give me a second. Why was just closing my door because my boyfriend's commentating for Street Fighter 6 and I really don't want to get this moment ruined. Anyway, from this day forward, you will no longer be me. From this day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split apart a single soul and share it. And though, of course, neither of us will possess a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than those of humans. Let us be blessed, my dear Beatrice. No one will be able to see your form. However, I alone can see you. And if you are loved by many people, I'm sure that everyone will be able to see you someday. With love, they will be able to see us. Oh no, oh, ow, ow, owie, ow, ee!
私たちは夢を見ているのか。ふざけろ。こりゃ何の冗談だよ。なんだ、南條先生を呼んできます。ゴーだ、もういい。
Genji had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And his were the most reasonable words spoken. And if they called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse off, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like leftover snow on a spring day. Kanon's form had been, by now, not even a trace remained. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold, vanishing completely. Oh my god, ow. So it was like same logic, so he only exists because he can be seen with love. Ow. Oh my god. I keep switching through my modes, but I'm trying to depict what I'm feeling.
Jessica.
Goodbye.
カノンさん。
僕たちはもう誰の目にも触れられない。それはつまり彼らの世界ではいないのと同じことでも、こうして僕たちはここにいる。
そうですね。私たちはここにいる。
僕たちには体なんて肉でできた檻でしかないのだから、悲しむ必要なんてない。
でも秀シカさん、
だからこれが僕の罪なのさ。だから僕たち家具は恋をしてはいけなかったんだ。
あなたはこれから？
So technically they are both not real.
姿を失っても。
So I had this suspicion somewhere in episode 4, but I'll hold it out just for a sec.
そして話しかけることができなくても、もしもジェシカが僕に語りかけてくれた時、その背中でそっとうなずくくらいのことしかできないけれど、だからそばにいることにする。
良いことだと思います。
君はどうする？
バトラさんを密室から助けたいです。
密室
Oh my god, this is the first time I've heard Kanon laugh. Oh, don't stop. This is hurting me. After looking a bit taken aback, Kanon laughed gently. Beato, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little bit sour.
どうして笑うんですか？私には大切なことなんです。
だって密室なんて体のある人間たちの問題じゃないか。僕らはすでに肉の檻から解放された存在だよ。密室なんか僕たちの妨げになるものか。
そんなのいいんですか？
rarest of all rare elves. Indeed.
チェーンロックとかガムテープの封印とか赤き真実とか。
そうか、君は駒の世界じゃなくてそれより上の世界の存在だったね。だから僕たちとは違う制約があるらしい。やれやれ。
No, he sounds so casual. It's wrecking me. Kanon stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
カノンさん。
敗者同士の仲さ。いいよ、僕が行ってきてあげるよ。僕がお屋敷の客室へ行ってバトラ様を外に出し、入れ替わりでチェーンをかけて代わりにクローゼットに隠れる。
But we've already said that with the red truth that you couldn't.
それでいいかい？
No!
気持ちは嬉しいです。でもカノンさんはいとこ部屋から出たくてもエリカさんの封印のせいで。
Unlike the next room over, the cousin room containing Kanon was a guaranteed complete closed room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, he couldn't even escape himself.
なら君の魔法で僕に力を与えて。
She doesn't know how.
魔法で？
僕に魔法をかけて。
そんな、私魔法の使い方なんて。
君は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェじゃないのかい？
私は魔女ですけれど、その魔法どころか密室トリックもわからないただの。
やれやれ。
Don't pull the... Oh my god, don't pull the Jotaro Kujo on
いい
me.
かいベアトリーチェ。
やれやれだぜ。
一度しか教えないよ。魔女ってのはね。
魔女ってのは？
Tell us.
魔女ってのは謎を解かされる側じゃない。
謎を。
She is the one who makes the puzzles, right?
ああ、そうさ。どうして魔女が誰かの謎で頭を抱えてるんだい。頭を抱えるのは魔女の仕事じゃないだろう。
じゃあ魔女の仕事は？
It is to make the mysteries.
僕の知ってる黄金の魔女、とびっきりの魔法で誰にもわからない難問を生み出して煙に巻いて嘲笑ってるやつを言うんだ。
Oh yes,
誰
she
にもわ
would.
からない最悪の謎を作って徹底的に煙に巻いてこき下ろしてやる。相手に出された謎で頭を抱えるのはね、君じゃない。君の相手の仕事さ。
悩むのは私の相手の仕事。
Pretty much, yeah.
後ろ宮バトラーをどうやって密室
Also
から
just realized that the volume was way louder than intended, so sorry about that.
チェーンロックの密室。バカバカしいね。なら君はそんなのよりもっともっととびっきりのあいつらを悩ませてやろうじゃないか。僕の手を貸すよ。
悩むのは私じゃなくて。
You're the one making the riddles. Yes, indeed, Millennium Master. The witch is the one who knocks.
あいつらの手さ。
Fucking what's his name again? Heisenberg. Goldenberg.
地獄の悪魔をひれ伏して絶句する。最悪の密室トリックを無限に使いこなす。そろそろ連中も思い出してもいい頃だ。
It's time to square up, girl. Square up.
最悪の密室。
僕らそれを手に入れてるじゃないか。
最悪の。
In the back of Beato's mind, images she remembered began to flit by one after another. The mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. all the puzzles from the previous games. Trick, mistake, lure, taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? I think I've seen something like it in a book before. In Maria's book, the memento, right, that she had. Beato's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up.
あともう一個。
何です？
それ。密室の魔女の喋り方はふさわしくない。
Yes, it's time for you to go fucking unhinged. Wait, I wanted to hear her laugh. Where was the voice track? I wanted the voice track. No, I wanted to hear Sayaka O'Hara laugh. The marriage ceremony continues to go running under problems without with dubstep. Sorry. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, with a lot of dubstep, and the reception was held inside the cathedral with more dubstep. As the goat demons partied raucously on dubstep, Dranor could be seen leaning against a pillar, trying to escape from the noise, the dubstep. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her.
それは本当ですか?
The dubstep is getting stale, ma'am.
近景。現在コーネリア補佐官が現場保全に向かいたるものなりや。
The one without the
エ
dubstep.
リカ教にも中心すべきかと存じ上げ立てまつる。
わかりました。ご中心申し上げます。ガートルードは式典警備長に連絡です。準戦闘配
行為。
Are we about to throw down? Let's fucking
失礼
go.
いたします。本式典警備長であります。
え？私？何？なんかよ。
I love how Landa's like, who? Me? Like the guy pointing at himself meme?
だか
me?
らはしゃぎすぎだって言ったのに、さすがにシャンパンタワーでボーリングはやりすぎだわ。
Oh my fucking god, Lambda. Champagne Tower Bowling?
少し油を絞られてきなさい。
Oh my god, Burn, you little hacker. She just disappears like, you deal with that. They're such girlfriends, I swear. I love them very much. Like, Burn is very cruel, yes, but I love their dynamic so much.
受付に差出人不明のラムダデルタ教宛てと記された封筒が届けられました。
私、非通知と差出人不明は全部ポイしちゃう主義なの。そんなの捨てちゃって。
それがこれなのですが。
Oh, we're squaring up.
これ届いたことは誰かに言った？
いえ、受付の姉妹兵2名と私のみです。すでに観光令を与えました。
The instant she saw the envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. What's wrong with you? Burn Castell had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erika. Why? Burn, of course, Erika were both drunk. Oh. They're both drunk? Oh yeah, Burn does have a liking for wine, doesn't she? If we interpret the Burn from Higurashi to be the same from Umineko, which I personally like to interpret Burn as the same Burn from Higurashi, like the witch side of Rika. I do like to interpret it that way. I know that's like left for the individual person that reads the works. Some prefer to leave them as Easter egg characters and keep the words separate, but I kind of like to keep the two works connected a little bit. Not too much, but by a little. It's true that this envelope has no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfills the same purpose. The seal is... Lambda Delta hid behind the pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out its contents and read them. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she smiled like a kid who's just thought of a nasty trick. Just like, oh hell yeah.
狙撃犯は 赤色弾頭を携行しています。ご許可をいただければ装填命令を出します。
何言ってんのよ。今日はどんだけ豪華な来賓が来てると思ってんの？
They are vital. They are the hero that we have been holding out for.
万一参列者に流れ弾が当たったら、シエスタこの得体の新しい妹たちは向こう10年は工場から弾頭台に直行しなきゃなんないくらいの責任になるわよ。
了解。通常弾頭で対応するであります。煉獄の7姉妹には監視をつけますか？
いるわけないでしょ。だって7組はバトラの、そして今やエリカの家具じゃない。どうして味方に監視をつけちゃうの？とにかく警備を、まあそこそこにちゃちゃっと厳重にしなさい。
先ほどガートルード同席補佐会より準戦闘配備勧告を受けました。理由は不明であります。
ガートルードがじゃあ勧告に従っちゃいなさい。パーティーは賑やかな方がいいってことでしょ。
了解であります。 WO よりシエスタ17、シエスタ38、シエスタ45、コード R 警戒発令。
Code
レベル
R.
2で待機を伝達。17コピー、38コピー。
None of them are the ones with the 6,000 bullets, right?
そこでコピーといえばかっこいいのにね。焦っちゃったつい。
Those two are girlfriends too. I love their dynamic.
そうそう45、ちょっとこっち来て。
I'm gonna give you a kiss of good luck. Yeah.
なんです？
Now give her. Now kiss.
ちょっと任務中です。
Girlfriends.
ダメ、耳をいじんないで。耳おっとくね。
なんですって？冗談でしょ？ありえない。
現在コーネリアを向かわせているベアトリーチェがここを襲撃する可能性が極めて大。披露宴は中断されて退避されることを進言いたします。
どうしたのエリカ？何か余興に手違いでも？
いいえ、我が主。どうぞ引き続き披露宴をお楽しみください。あ、誰かメルンカステル卿に梅干しワインのおかわりを。
See, we got wine. Erika didn't have time to hide her agitation. When Bernkastel saw this, she knew that their final late guest had finally arrived.
ルシネ、ゲストハウスで動きがあったそうよ。
ゲストハウス？ゲーム版のことなんか今はくだらない話だわ。
それが密室のいとこ部屋からカノン君が失踪したって。
はあ？あんた分かってんの？いとこ部屋は扉も窓も完璧に封印されてる完全密室じゃない。
Well?
失踪なんて不可能だわ。いや、私も裏を取ってきた。間違いない。
Oh my god, I actually have goosebumps at the moment.
カノンはいとこ部屋より姿を消している。いとこ部屋のどこかに隠れてるとか、あるいは最初からうまくごまかしてもともと部屋に入ってなかったとか。
I think that might be the catch.
不可能だわ。いとこ部屋にはエリカ卿が読み上げた特定個人数名以外の全員が入ってることが保証されてるのよ。ごまかして逃れることは不可能だわ。
Okay, yeah, she does remind me of that.
いや、それよりカノンは一体どこへ？至急探しなさい。
At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of the guests filled the cathedral.
来たわね。
Oh my god, the music's already starting, right?
WO よりオールシエスタ。
This freaking sounding like it came out of Great Ace Attorney
コー
already.
ド R 警戒。シエスタ17。電源系統回復は
ネガティブ。管理室スタッフとの通信が途絶中。
オールシエスタコードレッド。ロックンロール。
コピー。
コピー。
Yokai.
コピー。
了解。あ、じゃなくてコピー。
Oh my my god, she's so cute. I love her. And she's got pink hair. I always love pink hair anime girls. The sniper teams in the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunition.
エリカ卿、控室へ退避を。ここは危険です。
何が危険なんです？この世界の領主は私です。その私が何に怯えて逃げろと言うんです。
You will find out.
ガートルード、要人警護結界準備。
I just realized that the wedding gown is filled with like one-winged eagles. Sorry, one wings.
コーネリアを至急呼び戻すのです。
I'm sorry, Erika, you can't be Onushiromiya, I guess.
結界？あんたらの無様でみっともない結界で婚礼衣装の私を包もうってんですか？
Yeah, you
なん
do.
たら侮辱！
This disturbance made even Butler groan as he sat in the next seat over like a doll. Even with his soul sealed, Butler probably realized that something strange was going on. Your beloved is coming. You have been holding out for a hero.
ね、ラムダ。
Yeah, she is.
そうね。
But better late than never, as they say. Hoo hoo!
待ちくたびれちゃったわね。
さっきのあれ、何？誰からのラブレター？
ファンレターよ。ラムダちゃんファンクラブの。
I'm in that fan club. Ramba Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The Whispering Demon attendants all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
来たみたいね。
She escaped the dubstep prison.
あなた、もう戻ってきていいんですか？
No one is guarding her anymore.
牢屋って意味ないし。
You can't put me away in jail.
確かに
I love how he's so like, oh, he's like, yeah, you're right.
でもリーチェ、バトラの密室もいとこ部屋も、そして唯一可能性のあった隣部屋もすべて封じられてしまった。どうやってバトラを救い出す気なの？
お嬢様が何かのトリック X を用意できたと仮定しましょう。
She has found Mega Man X.
となればそれをエリカ卿に突きつ
She
け
got
る
the
べく
weapon.
乗り込んでくるは必死。
しかし、この大勢のシエスタ兵たちが相手では。
She got the X Buster.
まさかこんな
We
に
fucked.
隠れていたなんて。無理だわ。縫い殺されてしまう。
If you're playing Marvel 3, do you know how many loops you can do with a Buster? The answer is yes, by the way. Rabbit Ears dashed all about the hall. Incredible that she could remain hidden and unnoticed with so many people around.
エリカに一度だけ肉薄するチャンスがあれば、五分の勝負までは持ち込めるわ。
なるほど、その手ですか。しかしそのアイテムをお嬢様がお持ちだといいのですが、いつも面倒くさがっていくらご用意しても嫌われていましたからな。
Okay.
やれやれ、最後まで世話の焼けるお嬢様だ。
That item? I wonder. Amid the crowd, Ronobe took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw, she understood what that in his hand meant. What are you showing? True, with that, it could be possible to stop the attacks from the Chester troops. What did you take out? What did you take out, my man? My man.
まあ。エリカに聞かなきゃそれまでだけどね。
What did you take out? Did you take out something sassy?
問題はたった一度でもいいから
Not in the Holy Church of Christ.
シエスタたちはそれを断固阻止するはずよ。リーアならその時間をプレゼントできそうね。
Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester troops standing at her back. Since the time she tried to jump out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. Yuppie! Hello chat, happy time zone! Hi Itsuki, how you doing? Gotta use that. It's the only way. But what is that? Is it something sussy? It was possible with Virgilia's vast magical power to momentarily take out of all the Chester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erika. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. And at that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. Oh my god, my chest actually tightening up a little bit and my breath is like at my throat. The fragment became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance of that red carpeted path of the grave, a calm, majestic figure was... Dranor ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester 00 didn't respond. Was it because she had been warned about shooting the guests and was afraid of the consequence of possibly shooting a drunk guest pulling some sort of prank? No, 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties. Oh my god, the CG! The CG is so good! I need a hero! Oh my god, look at her! Ah! The pair faced each other from either end of the long carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards.
最高の来賓であるあなたがお越しにならないのでご心配申し上げておりましたとも。でもせめて披露宴には間に合ってよかった。
Look at her eyes! Oh, 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 oh my god! Yes! Beato laughed. That chuckle made Patra's eyes quiver slightly. She has the pipe! She has the pipe! She has the pipe! Yeah! Like, I need a hero! I'm holding out for a hero till the morning light! He's gotta be fast and she's gotta be strong! Oh my god! Oh my god! So am I! She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone quiver in delight. I love you! Was there really any need to confirm her identity now? Who else could possess such an overwhelming presence?
Beatrice! 地獄で会おうぜはわらわの好む別れの挨拶言葉である。
She's back and in full glory!
身元確認。大ベアトリーゼ教徒確認。
I'm so happy!
まさにここがそうだぜ。フルドエリカ
Yes! Oh, Sayaka Ohara, how I missed you. At that time, the two Chester troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. That's not Virgilia. Ronove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic. He just touched the Benui ears. Oh my god, I am ill! You make me ill! You make me ill! This heart is love struck.
All siesta, open fire!
Oh, I'm lovesick for this man.
Beato, 今です。
Oh my god, the CG! Help! I don't have enough heart emojis. Just an instant before the Chiesa troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present what her name had meant at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave that exploded throughout the cathedral. Its shockwave made the stained glass windows shatter and colorful glass shards pour down everywhere. However, all the Chester honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers were defended and able to avoid a crash, but it would take several minutes before the system could be rebooted. Honestly, you could play I Need a Hero right now because that fits perfectly. That span of time should be enough to reach Erika. However, it wouldn't be possible to defeat Erika in just a few minutes. There was no way they'd be able to carry Battler away in that time. What else could they use this precious time for? Beato dashed down the red carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Chester troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place Hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection. As she dashed, she snatched something white from Ronove's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. Something white? What's that? A handkerchief? However, at that instant, a golden thread came from in front of her and rapidly sealed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. The girlfriends. 410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded her ears and 45s over beforehand. So they were the only ones who weren't taken out. The girlfriends are smart, they look out for each other. Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beato, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her. Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet and dashed across the long table covered with beautiful food. The gold snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattering dishes left and right. The food though! Not the food! The goat attendants ran about wildly trying to escape. I hope the goat from episode 4 is also in this wedding and that he comes out of this wedding completely unharmed. He has a sister and friends. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium.
まずい。あんなところに陣取られてはどうにもなりません。
The pair of snipers attacking from the chandelier high above were much further away than Erika was, too far for Beato to reach. Furthermore, their position landed the entire cathedral inside their range of fire. I will say this is where Gop steps in. I did see, I called it! Gap handed her the magazine. This actually caught me off guard. The timing was pitch perfect. Gap handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over backwards, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her right way up. What? And there goes girlfriend number 2. But no matter how distant the position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gap. Gap twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with her thumbs. Torture. The Chester's greatest weapon was also the greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. Torture. I'm telling you, torture. I love her. On the other chandeliers, even more powerful Chesters were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time. Yes. Gap.
リーアたちも褒めてあげて。
Gap the best. Don't forget to thank these guys too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
ベアト頑張りなさいしっかり
Oh my god. The two lesbian moms are seeing her off.
もう時間がありませんぞ。
More like the whole polycule is seeing her off. So basically, yeah.
エリカ
Beato cut through the crowds of scampering goats like Moses. Moses? Like Moses, not Moses. Sorry, Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her. The place where Erika and Battle were seated. Jesus Christ, the lines, the writing is so... I want to eat it. Then a red barrier took form, blocking her path. It was the VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out the last line of defense to block Beato's path.
緊急これ以上の接近を許さないものと知りたまえ。そんな壁でわらわを止められると思うか
Oh, Sayaka Ohara, how I missed you. I missed this performance.
30秒ないです
Oh, she can do it. As the oldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beato. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, so they couldn't move to help Beato. Dranor glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes.
あなたは主の命令ない限り動くことは許されません
主って誰よバカねエリカのやつってことになってるでしょ
But not in your hearts.
違うわよ私たちの主はバトラ様だわ
そうだエリカはその代理に過ぎない
そうよお姉様私たちは誰の家具美味しすぎるわつまみ食いしちゃおう
Oh! The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder and her concentration had wavered, but it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer.
誰の命令なりやエリカ教にその指示はなきなりと知りたまえ
Battler did.
あるわ我らが主の命令よ
From Battler.
この家の主に何を命令できるというなり
With his heart.
物聞かずともそれを察するが家具の道と見つけたり
なら
She speaks the truth.
やむなし
The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to be called a literal Iron Maiden and receive no damage at all, it was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier.
上出来だ我が家具たち
Yato shot through the scattered rat fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the of the bride, her rival Erika. Fuck her up! However, there stood the final shield protecting Erika. Death sentence Dranor. Fuck her up! Sorry, Dranor, I like you, but...
もはや時間切れですベアトリチェ卿
Never too late.
シエスタ17よりオールシエスタへデータリンク大天使衛星よりデータ誘電誘導方式氷結型概念誘導
シエスタ20再起動完了
シエスタ127再起動完了タイムオーバーにそこラメ
Oh my god! Phrasing, girl. Phrasing.
リーチ
She's doing her best. Help him! Help! Help him!
ドラノール
どけドラノールエーノックスそなたの出番はない
あなたを否定する赤き真実ベルンカステル教より賜っています ここがあなたの墓場となり残念です。
I don't know what Baron Castell has allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me.
そなたとは後でたっぷりと遊んでやろう。だが今はどけ。
There's no time. The Chesters have already finished reactivating. I'm only leaving out a bit of borrowed time.
聞くのはあなたの方です。出番を間違えた哀れな出演者があなたです。
Dranor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which head straight for the crown of Beato's head. However, in that instant, there was a thunk, and the curve missed slightly. Beato didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the wrong sword, knocked Dranor aside, and finally stood right in front of Erika. This time, not a single person stood in her way. What happened?
これは
Oh?
ポップコーン
Lambda, thanks! Lambda, you're a real one.
緊急花嫁警護役より緊急シエスタ姉妹近衛隊は直ちに侵入者を射殺し立てまする。
But can you? The commotion quieted. However, no one shot. Why? They could have shot if they wanted to. All the Chester troops had completely targeted and removed their safeties. Truly the best witch, Ramla with the popcorn assist. Indeed, Ramla's the best. I love her. Initially, I was like, man, you're kind of mean, but I didn't dislike Lambda. I was just like, oh man, you're much more mean than I expected. And then I started warming up to her more and more. She's actually a real one, like MVP. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger.
なぜ射殺せぬことなりや。式典警備役は直ちに。
待つのです。
At that, Dranor's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her longsword away. After all, Erika would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore it, they could shoot to kill. However, if Erika picked that up, they must not do so. If they couldn't pull the triggers until Erika decided. What's going on?
どうして誰も撃たないの。
よく見なさいよ。あれベアトがエリカに投げつけたあれよ。
Oh. Lambda pointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beato had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erika. It had fallen to Erika's feet. What was that white thing?
わかってるわ、あいつ。主役ってもんを本当によくわかってるわ。
面白い。じゃないですか。
Is it a duel request? Like throwing a handkerchief, be like, fight me, you little heck? The thing that hit Erika in the face and fallen to the floor was a white glove that Beato had gotten from her. Oh my god! I think someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. He like pulled off his glove and gave it to her. Wow. It was...
ゼタル、これは何？どういう意味なの？
これは決闘の申し込みさ。手袋を拾えばそれを受け入れることを意味する。
拾わなければシエスタたちが殺してくれるわ。拾う必要ないじゃない。
拾わなくてもいいさ。でも決闘を逃げたおめえを僕らと参列の悪魔処刑は3回すべてに知らしめるだろうね。
Oh well, you have to pick it up now.
恋の決闘を逃げた臆病者の名を永遠にね。
Beata with the Giga Chat energy. Indeed, she's the best. Best character, best girl, best waifu, best everything, best anime. Don't add to me. Beato #1 forever and ever. Beato waited firmly and composedly. If Erika just kicked it away, then at that very instant, the Chesters would probably all fire at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So Erika didn't have to pick it up. But she did. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's closed room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So, if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
拾わなければ。 私はこの衣装を汚すことなくあんたを殺してしまいますね。
それも披露宴の余興には面白い。だがそなたは拾うさ。
Because she has pride.
どうしてです？
If there's one thing we know is that Erika has pride.
わらわがそなたにぴったりの最高の土産を持ってきたからだ。そなたはそれが知りたい。だから拾うさ。
興味ないです。さようなら。
拾うさ。わらわが持ってきた。バトラの客室などくだらぬ。もっとシンプルで単純で絶対に解けぬ密室をそなたは聞きたいはずさ。
Oh.
絶対解けぬ密室。
Oh, you're tickling her.
そなたはわらわの挑戦を受けたいはずさ。なぜなら
She's a detective.
探偵だからだ。
Ah, there she is! Erika threw off her wedding dress as though it were a cape. Yes, before she's a bride or a piece or a witch, she's one thing first and foremost.
私は探偵です。
Yes, she is a detective and has the pride of
あ
one.
なたを私の対戦相手に認めます。ただあなたはこのゲームに登場する資格をロジックエラーは修正できたんでしょうね。
その手袋を拾えばそなたとの戦いの中でそれが修正できたことを証明しようさ。
グッド
Delicious bait indeed. Oh, the cathedral was filled with chatter. The dubstep is back. Erika had picked up the glove. A duel, a duel! The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erika's nod, the runner pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be allowed to interfere in any way.
バトラさん、大丈夫です。あなたを助ける方法はもう見つけました。
Oh, she's speaking softly again.
今、あなたを助け出します。もうしばらくだけ辛抱してください。
Beato's resolute expression returned and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erika. There can be no doubt. Deck's expression won only by the Golden Witch. The presence of the Master of Closed Rooms. I love that, how she switches her tone. All the jazz! A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. That rushing figure was Kanon. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it as though trying to break through and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Kanon. He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. Jesus, this music is banger. I love how she just throws off her disguise, Team Rocket style. Yeah, pretty much. I actually kind of like that. He slipped... Wait, sorry. His body wasn't even wet. And as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Oshiromiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then the doors to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was the honor and rigidity of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't rigid all the time. When the family was out of sight and he didn't have to preserve the air of majesty, his face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Klaus-sama was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as though he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madam was a really strict person. Ever since some rumor went around saying that she was strict on female servants but soft towards male servants, I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. When I've seen her alone, I've noticed her shoulders sag with the pain many times. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others stayed a long time. Genji-sama was the one person I might have called my father. I am both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. They all mix together, cancel out, and I end up with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She's helped me out many times. I've always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my Nei-san. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy. He's like, Goda? Fuck that guy! Still, when I complimented his stew, he would sometimes turn red and say there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. Jesus, the timing was great. Kanon pouring his heart out and then just, fuck Goda, man. I wonder why such a strong memory popped up at the instant I ran past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Oh, it's a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. I really did have enough time to build up a love that wouldn't lose to George-sama and Shannon's. But since I could only see the Grey Sea, I wasted almost all of that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we never really made that clear. No, she told me. We should have stayed together longer to eventually find that out. It would have been fine to find reasons for our love later. It took me far too long to realize that. Now, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off. Whoa! And they were stained with blood. Ow! Ah! Fuck! Nails like... Oh my god, nail injuries like that really grind my gears because I've had a nail injury like that before. Oh. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Batter will be free, at last. Batter responded faintly. He probably hadn't even imagined that help would come to this eternal closed room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought by a fleeting delusion that he couldn't bear to open his eyes easily. Kanon grabbed Battler by the arms and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered and the wind and rain had made its way inside. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed, torn and twisted into a bundle. He had probably used trial and error to see if it could be used as a rope for some trick. He had tried using everything in the room, exploring all possible options to escape. The traces could be seen through the room and even in the bathroom. The empty bathtub that stained with just a bit of blood. And the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect his tail, he had nearly been prepared to accept Bernkenstell's brutal method of escape. Cutting himself into pieces. And washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body to protect the game that Beato had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. Just how many years had it been in the closed room of the logic error? When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, is tempting. He had rejected that until the very end. And even in the last moment when his heart died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from this closed room that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor, with the chain still around his neck. He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again. Ouch.
ちょいと寝坊が過ぎたみてえだ。
Man, that must have been hell. Battler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone.
もうバトラ様を縛るものは何もありません。さあ、早くお戻りください。
でもよ、あのチェーンを開けるとまた鎖につながれちまう。
大丈夫です。
Not if Canon is here.
鎖は存在しません。僕がここに残ります。
何？だって。
By now, Battler knew the terror of this endless closed room better than anyone else, so he was more filled with shock than happiness, shock at the determination of the one who was willing to become the new prisoner.
大丈夫です。何も心配することはありません。
しかし、
バトラ様はまだやらなければならないことが。
俺は
早くお戻りを。あなたの代わりに戦っている人がいる。そしてあなたの帰りを待っている人がいる。あなたはまた帰らないのですか？
Do it for her. His stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler.
本当にいいのか？
Yes,
はい。
he is.
それでいいんです。これであの時の借りが返せるのですから。
Back then?
借り？俺、カノン君に何か。
Oh?
バトラ様の借りではありません。いいから言ってください。僕は借りを作らない主義なんです。さあ、早く。
Huh.
あなたは今度こそ待たせてはいけないんです。
Adept. But not Battler. I wonder who. Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. I feel like this depth has been brought up in the question arcs, but unfortunately it has been so long, I unfortunately kind of forgot. Canon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this closed room just by running out, and the happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Canon went out into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this endless closed room in Battler's place. Oh, Canon.
俺もだぜ。
Oh.
何がですか？
I feel so bad for him.
俺も借りを作らない男だぜ。この恩は必ず返せ。それもすぐにだ。
期待していいやら。さあ、走ってあなたの愛する人のところへ。そしてどうか
Never get lost again. Man, very close to tearing up again. Battler didn't turn back. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor, whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the very end of the corridor, beyond the light. Kanon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now, he only had to worry about his own job. Stay in this room and fix the error in logic. As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Then, if he hid in the one place Erika hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space is the last place I'll see. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be preserved. Kanon went in it and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a single small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet and vanished. It was a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces would never tick again. So for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place. Oh, the power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. Ah, yeah, then that. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, I've paid back all of my debts now. No, now all of my debts are... Oh, he's going... Oh my god. Slowly, Kanon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And after the inside of the cramped dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium. It faded away like the light of fireflies, and was painted over by a pitch blackness, oh my god, for all eternity. Oh my god, my eyes, goddamn. I care about these characters so much, you have no idea. This is kind of a reason why I don't like Erika very much, because I've grown to care about the Umineko characters so much that although I see Erika as a fantastically written character with her lovable qualities and also not lovable qualities, I care about the Umineko characters way too much to accept the abuse that she gives them, basically. Technically, in that logic, I should also not like Burn, but I kind of like Burn because I kind of interpret her as like the extension of Rika. So there's also that pre-extensive connection from before. Although, even if she wasn't connected to Rika in Higurashi, I still would like her a lot because she has that predisposition of like, I don't know. I think it's just Erika goes a little bit too far for me, for the characters that I care about, especially like I was starting to grow a little bit fonder of her when I saw her backstory with like how she was treated horribly by her boyfriend, was cheated on, and then told all those horrifying shit, and seemed to like grow a bit closer to Draenor. But she lost me completely when I saw she sawed Maria's head off. I was like, I'm sorry, you lost me completely with that. Maria's like my #1 baby in Umineko, and I'm like, if you do anything to Maria, you will catch these hands. You will. In the cathedral, the goat's attendants were all jostling around either side of the carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beato and Erika. In their hands were the pistols given to them by Separ and Furfur. The other reason why I don't like Erika is also because of how she proclaimed she will humiliate Battler. It kind of made me a little bit sick to my stomach. That also goes a note too far for me. That's why I'm not too keen on being fond of Erika. And not anymore. She lost me, unfortunately, in this episode. But like, I don't like her personally, but I think she's a fantastic character, and I do enjoy her presence in Umineko, so I wouldn't want her removed. Its form was similar to an old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. This wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by a gunpowder. Like the pistols used in the duels between Shannon and Kanon, whose bullets had contained a magic that would always kill, these pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead.
心配の必要はないわよ。あっさり勝って、またリーヤは悪態の日々だわ。
この勝負が終わりましたら、たまには有給を申請して。
we should ask to be paid every now and then. Every now and then we should ask to be like, get a salary raise. Let's put the audio somewhere in the middle. There.
私、この戦いが終わったら、たまにはぶらりとカリブの方へ船旅に出ます。
I'll go with you! I'll go with you! I'll go with you to the Caribbeans! I'll go with you to the beach. We can hang out. I love the beach. Maybe not. I can't help with the Caribbean, but I can definitely help with like countries like Portugal and Spain. I've been there so many times for vacation, and I grew up in Portugal, so it's like.
決闘前に演技でもないわ。ベアと緊張感を持ってヘラヘラ笑ってる場合じゃありません。
Yes, it is.
なんでリーチがリラックスしてて、リーヤが緊張してんのよ。もう。
ベアとリーチ様、しっかり。
In this post, they look like they're cheerleading, like, woo, woo, Beatrice, you, woo, woo, you can do it. I don't know what sounds cheerleaders do, but you know what I mean.
どうして
Give me a B, give me an E, give me an A.
本来魔女は手数で勝負できる。ところがゲームが中断されたため、手持ちはバトラ様の客室の謎くらいしかないのよ。エリカはその謎だけ青きくさびでうがっても、全ての謎を解明したことになってしまう。勝てるわよ、ベアトリッチェ様とバトラ様の。我らが二人の主を私は信じる。
お呼びですか？
Yes, she did.
ありがとう。
Oh.
珍しく勝ちも負けも五分五分だと思ってます。だから先にお礼を言っときます。
すべて職務です。感謝の必要はありません。
あんたが前回のゲーム私がボロクソに負けたのにかばってくれた時嬉しかった。私生まれてから誰かにかばわれたのってあれが初めてだった。
Honestly, as much as I can't get warmed up on Erika because I am a bit too protective of the characters, I think her relationship with Draenor is pretty good.
我が主
And I like it.
私はかばわれたことがない。私が主に与えられたのは暴かれた真実には暴き返すことで自分の痛みを打ち消すという傷つけ合いの仕方だけでした。
傲慢をお許しください。私は守らねばと思いました。あなたがどんなか弱い真実で生き、それをよりもっともらしい虚実の横暴で虐げられてきたか、あなたを守りたいと思いました。
Oh, that's sweet.
短い間だったけど、あんたは最高のパートナーでした。
これからもです。
そうですね。あいつを倒したらあんたと一緒に
この島でいっぱいミステリーを作りましょう。そしてそれをあんたに出題していじめて遊ぶ。どうです？
Sounds like they can be girlfriends.
気に入りました。あなたの挑戦楽しみにしています。あ、嘘ごめん。今の撤回です。こういうの負けフラグって言うんでしょ？
Oh yeah, the loser flags. The one from episode 4, the flags that went like ding dong.
さあいいかい、二人の決闘者たち。
The back pedal. Sorry, but it's already been said, so now you can't retract that. When the two demons clap their hands, the duelists instantly return to their bold, tense smiles. The bullets within those magic guns are not red.
ミステリーとファンタジーのうがち合いは赤と青の
互いに真実がある限り弾は無限。
ただし一撃でも当たれば即死。両者覚悟はいいね。
当然。
無論。
栄光ある元老院の議員にして偉大なる絶対の魔女おいでませ。汝この決闘の立ち会い人となることを誓うか？
もちろんよ、誓うわ。
Will you toss us the popcorn assist? The crowd split and Ramda walked forward, but Bern could still by her side, like the two girlfriends that they are. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then she took out on an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high.
ベアトリーチェより封書にて物語の修正書を受け取ったわ。審査の結果、内容は有効。ロジックエラーの回避を宣言するわ。チェーンロックはかかったまま、これまでの赤き真実に一切矛盾しない。
The many ghost attendants knew the details of Battler's closed room. They realized how difficult it was, and though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, none had been able to find an answer. And now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
よって本決闘は有効。決闘はたった1点。バトラの客室の密室をめぐって行われるわ。チェーンロックがかかった密室から後ろ宮バトラは失踪した。これについてエリカは青き真実の争点を、ベアトリーチェは反論の赤き真実の争点を。決闘は決着がつくまで続けられるものとする。
上等だ。
上等です。
I like that.
OK。それではベアとあなたが修正した新しい物語と謎をエリカに提示して。
密室のいとこ部屋よりカノンは魔法にて封印を破らずに脱出。密室に至り魔法にてバトラを密室の外へ脱出させた。
Ah, see, she doesn't need to explain it directly.
くだらない物語。
結構。エリカ側確認は？副賞要求バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
受けようぞ。バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
副賞要求バトラとカノンは別人である。
受けようぞ。バトラとカノンは別人である。
結構です。エリカ確認は以上？今ので結構です。戦い方は決まりましたので。 OK。 両者は弾丸を装填なさい。
Erika turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, made her Bluetooth into a bullet and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beato's bold smile. Beata had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erika to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the territory lord, right next to the two witches who were here as witnesses. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he apparently understood what Beato had come to do for his sake, so he could be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beato with those sluggish eyes. But a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Erika closed her eyes tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear. Good. It's always been like this. My concentration really is good. Are you ready? Me, Furudo Erika. First, let's lay out the situation. Bator disappeared from that closed room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Kano didn't save him with magic. He just came to Bator's place and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is the next step. No, it's actually the step before that one. Kano was in the cousin room in the guest house. That room was completely sealed with packaging tape, and it's been proven that the seal was intact until the time of the logic error. In other words, Kano escaped from a room that was absolute with no chance of or excuses or twisted logic. Good. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate closed room. How did he escape from the perfect closed room known as the cousin room? If I got stuck thinking only about that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect closed room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways to escape from there is a waste of time. The real question is how Kano was somewhere outside the cousin room when it was sealed. The cousin room is a completely sealed can. If he was in there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. In other words, at the time the cousin room was sealed, he wasn't inside it anymore. Let's look at the time I checked everyone's location and sealed their rooms. That's the most suspicious part. At the time, we have the 5 people in the room next over, whom I confirmed with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo. I mentioned the names of those 5 people during the location check and confirmed that they were in the next room over. Then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone else, so whether he was Kanonori Yoshia or even Puru Puru Pico Man, they all should have been sealed in the cousin room. It seems perfect at a glance, however, though that phrase everyone else seems perfect, it's fishy. Strictly speaking, everyone else refers to all humans whose name I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over, so humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin room. It seems that Kano told Jessica his real name was Yoshia, but that was no red truth. In other words, what if Kano's real name is the same one as one of those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there were 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the red truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon and Anjo are in the next room over. Let's say Kanon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Ushiromiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. I feel like Tanaka George is a familiar name. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. It looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but as a 6th person, Kanon was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see, the double name trick. Stupid, so stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Kanon was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin room left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang! The gun had fired and the tip of my finger was stained with blood. The blue truth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I've already had run or sealed that one. Blue truth arguing about the window of the next room over is forbidden. Welp, so I can't use it. Oopsies!
どうした暴発か
Oopsie
弾は
daisies!
慎重に込めぬとな
うるさいです。ちょっとしたミスです。
隣部屋の窓くだらん小細工で塞いだようだな。ガープに聞いたぞ。
そうですか。それが何か。
ドラノール、そのくだらぬ封印を解け。今やその封印は貴様らの風である。
Beatrice had figured out everything I've been thinking, and she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument.
エリカ卿
解いてください。あんにゃろう。後悔させてやります。
準備はいいようだね。よければ向き合って銃口を。そして真実の火種で着火を。
After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erika spun around. Beata had been facing her since the beginning. She wore a confident, challenging smile as if she'd been kept waiting. Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other.
来い。楽しませてもらうぞ。
始めなさい。
まずカノンがいかにしてそれを弾丸とします。
ほう、そちらから来るか。来るがよいぞ、存分に。
参ります。
After holding the gun high and pointing it at Beata once more, Erika pulled the trigger with the statements of red and blue truth.
いとこ部屋は完全な密室が最後まで保証されています。よってカノンがこの部屋に本当にいたなら脱出は不可能です。つまりカノンは封印時にいとこ部屋にいなかったのです。カノンの名は仮のもの、本名は未だ不明です。彼の本名が仮に隣部屋の誰かと同じだったなら、つまりいとこ部屋に収容されず隣部屋にいることができるということ。
The goat attendant chattered and clapped their hands, thinking, yeah, such a move would work. I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am the detective.
隣部屋は確かに封印されましたが、ロジックエラー時には扉のみしかその維持が証明されませんでした。よって窓の封印は破られた可能性があります。カノンは隣部屋に存在し、その窓から脱出したのです。以上。
Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said that is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erika's gun that fell to the floor. Beato's red bullet had knocked Erika's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed the bullet at Erika's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beata had missed on purpose. There was a bold smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erika a little longer. Yes, my beloved. No, that's exactly what made her Beato. Beatrice the witch who mocks with the unsolvable closed room tricks.
封印時の隣部屋にいたのは秀吉、ジョージ、熊沢、シャノン、南條である。そして隣部屋の人数は5人である。この5つの名に該当する者以外は全ての名は本人以外には名乗れない。
Welp. It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It was simple and severe. Now that the number of people had been limited to 5, any leeway for Kanon hiding there had been completely denied. Also, it was now clear that only people holding those 5 names existed within the room. Erika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person held 2 names, so that the 5 names referred to only 4 people, which would let an unnamed Kanon sneak in. Furthermore, the part about how people could only use their own names was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories.
思えばそなたは前回の寝ぼけたわらわしか知らんのだったな。どうだエリカ、これが黄金の魔女のゲームだぜ。
I love it. It's the best ever. My beloved, my best waifu ever. Oh my god, I can't express in proper words. I sound like a cringe otaku, but I love Beato so much.
魔法でカノンが部屋を抜け出したっていうの。
Damn right she is.
それよりどうして銃を弾くなんて甘い真似を。
人間側は魔女の謎を全て打ち砕き、魔女側は人間側の推理を一つ打ち砕けばいい。これではアンフェアだろ。だからわらわも同じにすることにした。
同じ？
わらわもそなたの推理を全て打ち砕いて勝利することにした。
Yes, square up, girl, let's go.
の謎はわらわの勝ちだが、もう一つ バトラに辛酸を舐めさせた最初の戦場に戻ろうぞ。
The closed room, let's go. When Beatrice snapped her fingers, that guest room of Beatrice was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Beatrice with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all.
拾え10。この部屋をお前の棺桶にしてくれるわ。
その言葉そっくりお返しします。私にチャンスを与えたことを後悔させてやります。
立ち会い人よ、エリカに X を許す。
X?
The X-Buster? Do you want to get looped?
説明不要の根拠ね。で、何を許すの？
エリカはカノンの密室脱出トリックの説明義務を負わずに、カノンをこの客室トリックをめぐる青き真実に組み入れることを許そうぞ。
Oh my god, a theory explaining how Kanon saved Battle would also need to explain how Kanon escaped from his own closed room, or it would have no basis. Erika had already lost that basis. Beatrice was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part.
当然です。あんたはカノンがバトラを助けたことを赤き真実で保証してるんですから、そんなのもらえて当然です。
Erika faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on the radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to 0. Let's go, Furudo Erika. Detective Furudo Erika. As long as Kanon reached this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Kanon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Kanon entered in his place. Kanon set the chain lock. Kanon went into the closet. The end! This satisfies the true red truth about the chain lock being set and Battler's absence, and in exchange for this escape trick, Kanon remains inside the guest room. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a closed room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic closed room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. By the way, the song I think is new and is great. However, it's such a simple theory, really enough. The rescuer switched places with him. This sounds similar to Golden Slaughter a little bit. Then the rescuer hid in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible, and yet Beato thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitely, categorically no other fucking way. But if I gave in here, I couldn't call myself a detective. Consider it, imagine, and don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into the witches. What I can expect to see is, yes, a wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely slips through the nets of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll have them repeat line after line. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet.
副将要求バトラ救出時、客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。
認めよう。バトラ救出時、客室に入ったのはカノンのみ。
Love it.
そういう話のつもりだね。
副将要求、私の入室からロジックエラージまで、私とバトラとカノン以外に入退室した者は存在しない。
認めよう。そなたの入室からロジックエラージまで、客室を出入りしたのはそなたとバトラとカノンのみ。
副将要求、それはすなわち3人のこと。
認めよう。
This refers to 3 people, okay.
そなたとバトラとカノンで3人である。
定義確認。この3人の定義は体の数に等しいと考えていい？3体が出入りをしたってことですよね。
I've had enough of things being mixed about with names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear.
無論だ。3人、すなわち3体が出入りした。そなたとカノンは入った。バトラは出た。すべての名は本人以外に名乗れない。赤きによってエリカ、バトラ、カノンの名はいずれも本人にしか名乗れぬ。
副賞要求。私は救出者ではない。
当然だ。そなたは探偵ではないか。安心せよ。わらわはそれを尊重する。
定義確認。救出者の定義とは？
This is also important. I want to quickly remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally.
救出者とはバトラの開けたチェーンロックを再びかけ直したものということに、バトラを救う意志があったかどうかは問わないことにしておく。
Since she said after Batra unset the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. From that point on, I wouldn't undo the chain again for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it was impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More, I can't focus it even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Batra didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Kanon can be the rescuer. And Beato has already said that Kanon is the rescuer with her red truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Kanon to be involved. At least so far.
副賞要求。出入りの定義とは、客室と外部の境界をまたいだかどうかである。
認めよう。
副賞要求。客室とは、ベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内のすべて。
認めよう。クローゼット内を客室でないと言い逃れる気などさらさらないわ。
定義確認。客室内とはベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内の3区分である。
わらわもその認識でいるぞ。誰も隠れていないことを赤き真実で確
The
認
bedroom in the
したはず。
bathroom had no one hiding in them. Right.
副賞要求。クローゼット内には誰かがいる。
拒否する。
どうして？カノンがそこに隠れているからですか？
カノンは魔法が使えるのだ。確かにクローゼットに一時姿を隠しはしたが、その後すぐに魔法で姿を消したのだ。
I love
だから
it!
クローゼット内には不在。
I love it. She's like, no, no one's in the
よって
closet.
復唱はできるわ。
That's such
そ
a
れの副
middle
賞を
finger.
再
I
要求
love
します。
it.
バカ。魔女側には魔法で行ったことについて説明する義務はないわ。
No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Kanon disappeared with magic using the red truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't think of any way around the theory I've had since the beginning. Kanon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I'll say it again. This closed room can only be escaped from by switching places with the rescuer. If Kanon tried to escape as well, another rescuer will be needed. However, no rescuer exists for Kanon. Batra escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. And I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who gave in and out of the room have been confirmed both by name and number of people. At this rate, my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. So it can't be that he escaped after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during this few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. The guest room was sealed at the time Batra's corpse was examined, so until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, when I entered the room, it is certain that Batra was hiding somewhere inside the guest room. The only chance Batra had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premises, Batra's strict escape with the chain still set is as follows. Because of the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside and allow Batra's escape, is Kanon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Batra. After Kanon entered the room, he set the chain. He hid in the one place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Ah? Whoa, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought I cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. What was the order in which I searched the guest room? First, the bedroom. We confirmed with the red truth that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. That's it right there. When I examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Kanon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, my guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart during a span of 1 minute. I spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Kanon's in the closet. The places he's really hiding is the bedroom. Is it?
見つけた。やっと見つけましたよ。あんたのトリック。
That was a close one. If I'd been one step slower, I've had said that there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet. Then she just said that the closet was empty. Huh? No way. It works the same way in reverse. I see. Now I get it. It's a logic switching trick. Damn the Beato. So in resolving the logic error, she discovered this strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Kanon hide under the bed. If I only notice the bed, she'll have Kanon hide in the closet. Even though either one would be right, I'd lose no matter which I choose. Unless I expose both at the same time, I can checkmate her. Incredible. I've never heard of such an unfair trick. If it was sleight of a hand, it'd just be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, I'd just be cheating. It'd just be cheating. However, in the Switches game, it's legitimate. Logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. Oh wait, would it be discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches and mystery war, it is such a refined board layout. The beautiful placement of the black pieces that cornered my white king felt almost like an art. So beautiful that if I were a god in some old legend, I might wish to stick it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I felt honored at being allowed to participate in this game of truth and witches as a human, and ironically, it taught me, the one who had always believed in a single truth, that there isn't necessarily just one truth. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see completely different truths, and though each one of those truths are true, they're incomplete if they're all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I missed because I was blinded by some trivial truth? This is the true nature of the world.
真実は一つしか存在しないというおごりが、たった一つの真実を見つけただけで、それ以外のありがとう、ベアトリーチェさん。まさか魔女にこの世界の真理を教えられるとは思いませんでした。
To be like that, it was like that with Butler as well. Slowly, with a soft and quiet gesture, like a flower opening with the morning dew dripping down its side, Erika raised her gun.
私の勝ちです。あなたのダブルチェック見切りました。
ならば来るがよ。
バトラの客室失踪トリックは、バトラは私の室内探索中、そしてバスルームの騒ぎの間にチェーンを外し、この時廊下にはカノンが待機していました。カノンは入れ替わりで客室に入り、これがバトラ失踪のトリックです。そしてその後、彼はベッドルーム内に隠れました。私がベッドルームに不審者がいないことを確認した後のことですので、よって救出者カノンはベッドルームに潜伏しています。
Oh, we got a shot from the right. Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of the blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed of the floor of the bed underneath. Beato Beato didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with the red truth.
ベッドルームカノンは存在しない。
Oh, the goat attendants gasped. Like, whoa! The goat attendants gasped like that. Edgar had apparently been defeated tonight by the red truth. Not quite. For the goats who couldn't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost. But...
次が本命です。これが並び立つ真実を知り得た。どうやら幻想物語では第二の晩までが終わってるみたいですし、ならば私が残りの晩を遂行して黄金鏡への扉を開いてあげましょう。あなたが負けて消えるのはそれ黄金のバラに包まれてがふさわしい。
let's see. The fires of blue truth flashed at Erika's feet, and she loaded the blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn in a blue flame. She wasn't aiming for Beato, she was aiming behind Beato, at the closet.
ベッドルームを否定したならば、もう逃げ場はここしかない。死ねカノン！
What's going to be the truth? The 5 wedges of blue truth she released shot right past Beato's cheek, hair, and shoulders, then pincushion to the door of the closet to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, on the 7th twilight, on the 8th twilight, gouge and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance.
これが私の暴く真実です。以上。
When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. But then, as though this completed the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the room had been created around them, became countless golden flower petals and drifted away. By now, the duelists and a crowd of attendants were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remained. It stood there all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a dreary wind, the whole cupboard door opened slowly. Slowly opened. Drum roll. Inside was a human figure. That figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a grayish robe. Of course, it also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clear that this was not a robe but a raincoat. If he had rushed there from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumbled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. It was just a coat! Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness.
客室にカノンは存在しない。もちろんクローゼット、ベッドルーム、バスルーム、この全てにおいてである。カノンはバトラーを逃がし、そして魔法にて消えた。それが魔女の真実以上だ。
Oh, that is so nasty! I love it!
勝負ありです。それ以上は。
Oh, she shot again. Didn't she?
そうそうベアトリーチェ
Okay, Beato shot. And oh, the attendants let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. Virgilia's group, like Virgilia, Rodove, and Gappa all were screaming. The seven sisters jumped about in celebration. Then at the same moment, the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory. The head's ring worn by Erika was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the cursed ring on Bator's fingers both burst. At the same time, Bator coughed violently. Bator was starting to regain consciousness.
Batora!
Oh! Oh my god, the switch in tone! Help! Bator lashed onto the coughing Bator in joy. Then Virgilia, Cap, and Ronove did the same. They all gave him a group hug! Yes! All the seven sisters also crowded about him in the light. Oh my god, the biggest group hug. Yes. I would pat you on the head if I could, but... Well?
ひべえトリックだ。こんなので通ると思ってんのか？こんなトリックじゃ。また人間どもがこんなのミステリーじゃねえって騒ぎ出すぜ。
いいえ、立派なトリックです。
Yes, it was.
愛がない人には見えないです。バトラさん。バトラさん。
She did it! Oh, she's so cute. I love her. She's dead. The rose of blood in Erika's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals.
第三度概念否定症存続系中和剤は不可大至急の最短承認でのみ中和可能
Third degree conceptual denial syndrome. What the hell?
最短承認が必要なり
ベルンカステル教最短のご許可をベルンカステル教どちらに
式典警備隊に捜索要請ベルンカステル教を探したまえ
She's like, nah.
了解でありますオールシエスタデータリンク捜索体制
卑劣主が駒の決闘を見届けないなんて
She got bored, I guess.
卑劣が過ぎると知れ
Erika, who was being held by Dranor, had already realized that her master was nowhere to be seen, but she didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life. Yes. At the very least that. As much as I don't like Erika, I don't think she needs to be trampled by Burn before she dies.
悪役ってのはきっちり無様に散って主品を盛り上げなきゃです
I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
エリカ教動いてはいけません
下がりなさい下がれ
When Erika yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her were forced back and fell on their butts.
私は
Oh, she didn't give up.
真実の魔女フルトエリカ真実の魔女とは真実に耐える魔女私はようやく自分の本当の真実を受け入れられそうなんです
Which is, the toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Batra and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. For a loser, that sort of expression is the best.
エリカ教もう決闘は終わっています
終わってないんだ
死が二人を分かつまで
誰にも彼女の散り際を汚せない
The pair being what, Erika and Dranor? The two demons grabbed Dranor's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erika walked towards Beata and Batter despite it all. As the blood dripped from her, it became a golden flower petal which drifted away. So as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died, so even though it had been settled, it hadn't ended. Beata and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked toward the face the noble loser.
復活おめでとうございます。あんた、情難の相を持ってますよ。ろくな女に好かれやしない。
そうだな。俺もろくな女に惚れねえな。
ベアト、いいえ。あんたたちに頼みが。もう人たちを望むのですか？
エリカ。
受けようぞ、そなたの高潔なる申し出を。断る無粋をわらわたちは持たぬ。
The way her vision is getting darker, though.
ありがとう。
As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beato also raised her gun to point at Erika. Oh, look at them! Then Better placed his hand on hers. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. This is like the best CG.
もう決着してるのに、これ以上何の論点があるというのです。
エリカ様。
私はなぜ何の力にもなここに。
Oh, Tranor. Oh, baby.
見届けなさい。それが親友の仕事でしょ。
Both sides silently loaded their guns, their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. So, though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use?
最後に自己紹介しとこうと思いまして。
What's she saying? This late into the game, none could imagine the red truth Erika had loaded.
ベアト、いいのか？
はい、構いません。
わかった。
せめて最後の引き金は一緒に。
わかってるぜ。
Butter placed his hand on top of the finger that Beato had around the trigger.
会えてよかった。
Is this like where she's going to expose her heart?
俺たちは永遠にずっと一緒だ。
イチャイチャと見せつけてくれます。イラついてきてたんです。やっぱお涙で退場は私の好みじゃないです。やっぱ悪役は最後の最後までこ
ういういい面構えだぜ。お前との結婚生活もヘドが出るくらい楽しかったかもな。
Yeah, I think it would have been
当
terrible.
然です。毎日のけぞらせまくって快楽の世界に閉じ込めてあげたのに。
お前ごとき小娘、バトラーを虜にするにはまだ1000年早いわ。
ああ、あんたの顔もそれが一番キュートです。お互い最後はこういう顔がいいですよね。
恋。
これが探偵フルドエリカの最後の捨て台詞。そして自己紹介です。
What she got? Erika spun in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood and golden flower petals around her as she raised her
はじ
gun.
めまして、こんにちは。探偵フルドエリカと申します。招かれざる客人ですが、どうか歓迎を。
我こそは来訪者六軒島の18人目の人間。
申し訳ないが、
そなたを迎えても
17人だ。
Oh, 17 humans. Okay, but what does that mean? Died on the first Twilight. Beato, Furudo, Erika didn't die. Fedorine didn't die. Ushiromiya, Anje didn't die. Okay, but for real, what the... We have... if she means 17 people, even if Erika joins, so okay, so here was the suspicion that I had when I meant before that I wanted to hold on for later. So see, somewhere in episode 4 or 5, I don't know when I mentioned it, I thought that Shannon and Beato had to be connected somehow. And I thought that Shannon should be like Beato's real identity, basically, or more like Sayo. Because we know in episode 3 that Butler said that Shannon was his first love. And it kind of tracks with when he left, right? With the last thing he said, and him not coming back made Shannon eventually move on to George. And now I'm not sure if this makes much sense and how she would become Beato eventually. But the other things about Shannon is that we know that that Natsuhi despises Shannon like a lot. Like she has vitriol for and a lot of toxicity for Shannon in particular. And she's also the only one who knows about the autumn, right? Being her favorite season. The other thing that I remember is Shannon and Maria get along very well, and that makes me wonder if Shannon was the one who talked with Maria about all the worlds and everything. But that leaves the question, what about canon, right? What about canon? How does that connect him to Beato and Shannon and everyone? If he's connected, that is. And if there's only 17 people in the island, does this mean that they have denied Erika, like Erika's existence as a whole? Or does this mean that they are removing one person? I think, and in this, they said with Erika it makes 17. So in that case, it means one person got retracted. And I'm going to assume, given that canon disappears, I'm going to assume canon is a person that doesn't actually exist. Or at least not in the way that we think, like separate person. Him, like Beato and canon both got shown to be like ghosts essentially, and that they can only be seen with love. Jessica maybe was the only one who could see canon, like in that identity. And like, if you think about it, a lot of the scenes with Shannon and Canon and Beato are with each other, right? But yeah, I can't really make conclusive answers yet. So we know for a fact that Kinza's dead. That's one person down. Like, that's already 17 then. Plus Erika, that makes 18 again, but then we need to remove another person. And I still am on my money that that person should be canon. The only reason is the how and why. And where does Beato come into this? Well, I guess we'll do the tea party first. Because I really do want to wrap up episode 6 here. Beato took Batro's hand and put a ring with the seal of the one-winged eagle on his finger.
領主はすでにあなたです。
ですからこの指輪はバトラさんのものです。
本当にいいのか、これは。お前が生み出した世界。
はい、あなたと一緒になりたくて生み出した物語だから、もうこの世界の目的は果たされました。これからはあなたが紡いでください。私とあなたのこれからの物語を。
てんじゃ、勝手が狂うか。領主のめんどくさい仕事を押し付けるだけよ。夫人は威張るだけでいいから実に気楽なことだ。
Oh my god.
わらわは日々を遊んで、そして新しい物語のたびにそなたのためにどんな役でもこなそうぞ。凶悪な魔女でも公的種でも
恋人でも妻でも。
Oh my god, I still can't get over how she switches her voice.
俺の物語は激しいぞ。朝から晩まで大忙しだ。
望むところよ。
Beatrice had relinquished the ring of the territory lord. From Battler, she received the silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the territory lord. Oh, look at this CG! Oh, they exchanged their rings and their wedding was complete. Yes, Beato marriage. Yes, my life is complete. Then the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. A thunderous applause rang out for them. Now they are man and wife. Ah, beautiful. Love it for them.
今宵の慶事を記念し、領主陛下より叙勲が与えられます。
呼ばれたる者は前へ。
As at Battler's nod, Beato read the name of the first guest to be recognized.
カノン、前へ。
Kanon. He just appeared like dropped like a cardboard. A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask, and yelled. The cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beato and took the form of Kanon, kneeling in front of those two nobles. Kanon had already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Land. True?
カノン、ここに。
そなたは囚われの身となっていた我が
Husband! Oh my god!
これを救出
Yes!
し、永遠の牢獄に自ら残るという自己犠牲を見せた。その献身、叙勲に値する。よってその身の復活と士官を許可するものである。
はっ、ありがたき幸せ。
Yes, they get to be together. Jessica raced forward and landed sobbing in Kanon's chest. Kanon patted her head gently and held her. Oh, you're so sweet. Hell yeah, let's go. Yes, you can kiss Jessica now. After glancing at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again and nodded forcefully. He's like, this is nice, I can go on a
そして
date.
もう一組、後ろ宮ジョージ、並びにシャノン、前へ。
George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they had already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled.
後ろ宮ジョージ、ここに。
シャノン、ここに。
そなたらはゼパルとフルフルの試練を見事最後まで耐え抜いた。その見事な功績と愛情、決意と高潔さは模範としてこの上なく、よって両名の結婚証明書を陛下の署名にて発行する。
Oh, they're married now. Good for them.
幸せ。
Oh.
本証明書は何人たりとも異議申し立てすることはかなわない。
Good for them.
叙勲者親族一同は心して祝福せよ。
つうわけだ、しがらみは一切なしで どうか二人に米粒の雨をぶつけて祝福してやってくれ。
I don't have rice, but I will throw
おめで
some.
とうご両人。
Yes. When the territory lord claps his hands in celebration, it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one.
いいこと？あんまりしょっぱいお味噌汁作ったら許さないんだからね。それからジョージは少し太りやすいから砂糖は控えめに。
Oh, come on, he's thin.
ジョージ、男は結婚したらな、親より嫁を大切にせなあかん。母さんが何を言ってもな、シャノンちゃんをしっかり守るんやで。
ああ、当然さ。
The way he's kind of off on the side, like, sure.
ジョージさん。ジョージはね、きっちり7時間寝ないとダメなのよ。夜更かしさせたら許さないんだからね。背中を流すのも耳の掃除も妻の仕事なのよ。
Do you do that for Hideyoshi?
そうだったんですか？私としたことが。
仕事内容は家による。
I love how awkward he is.
妻を大事にしてる？
してるじゃねえか。なんでそこ疑うんだよ。
I wonder.
お幸せにね、ご両人。
Oh my god, this is also really funny the way Rosa is also off to the side, like, yeah, that's great for
結
you.
婚はゴールじゃないわ。むしろスタートよ。
Yeah, she speaks the truth.
おめでとうおめでとう
Baby girl, my baby.
おめでとう
Oh, show my baby.
僕たちも負けてられないですね。
絶対負けねえぜ。畜生。
Not again, at least. All the Oshiromiya family, all the servants, and all the spirits and demons in attendance celebrated the honorees with an even greater applause.
黄金の魔女によって紡がれる物語は幕を閉じる。
Everyone is in the Golden Land.
気分にて物語を結ぶのが良いだろう。以下は黄金の魔女の碑文より黄金鏡の書。魔女は賢者をたたえ4つの宝を与える。1つは黄金鏡のすべての黄金。1つはすべての死者の魂をよみがえる。1つは失った愛すらもよみがえる。1つは魔女を永遠に眠りにつかせよう。
安らかに眠れ、我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
Oh, what a way to close out the story. I would say if I didn't know there's episode 7 and 8. But I'm going to assume they both serve more as epilogues. Sort of, I guess. So where are we now?
こ
Anje,
れ
huh?
でベアとは満足して眠りについたってこと？
そう解釈するのが妥当であろう。
I think technically her ambitions have been put to rest, and I personally want to believe that she and Battler are able to be together forever.
それでゲームはお開きになったからお兄ちゃんは解放されるんでしょ？
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, about
お兄
that.
ちゃんはどうなるの？
さて、どうなるやら。
Right, we can't end it here because we still need to finish Anja's
その
tale.
かけらの書物は
Maybe that's what the next
そ
two
こまでの
episodes are
物語
for.
しか記しておらぬようだ。
お兄ちゃんがどうなるか結局分からずじまいじゃない。
Nothing comes next for him. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and had a great time together there. Even if the tale tells us that, the truth is that everyone died in that huge accident.
でもいろいろと興味深いことが知れたわ。あの島はやっぱりとんでもない幻想の島なのね。
まったくだ。そしてそなたの朗読はとても素晴らしいものだった。
Episode 7 is the reward for those who didn't stop thinking. Okay, so it's basically like the answer book, or like the when you hand in a test and then you get it back with the results and everything.
なんだかぶっ通して6時間くらい映画を見せられたような疲労感だわ。
Oh, didn't we? I think this is the episode that I had the longest parts, but mostly because I couldn't stream for longer.
ご苦労だった。我が退屈はそなたの朗読によって癒された。
But yeah, I would assume episode 7 and 8 are basically the finishing threads for Anje's story, because we haven't gotten closure for her yet,
こ
have
のフ
we?
ェザリーヌ、数えることも忘れて久しい年月ぶりに心よりそなたに感謝するぞ。
感謝するなら私にも何か助訓して
And
ほ
the
しい
other
わ
thing
ね。
that I wonder if we'll dissect in the next 2 episodes will be the mysteries from board 1 through 4. Because Lambda has said that all the truths that Battler has spat out in the tea party of episode 4 were actually incorrect, including the small bombs part. Which even Battler admits was a stupid thing.
何が良いか、少し時間をもらおう。考える。
Featherine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it, apparently trying to think of something. She's probably thinking of episode 7 and 8.
後宮エンジェ、本当にご苦労だった。よくぞ最後まで朗読に付き合ってくれた。これにて我が巫女の任を解く。そなたは元の世界に戻り、そなたに与えられた運命を再開するがいい。
やれやれ、とんだ寄り道だったって感じね。
すねるな。褒美は今考えている。そうだな。たまには少し。いや、もう随分とやっていない。壺のインクも干からびて墨になっていそうであるな。
She's going to write up a new tale, huh? Even after the tale ended, Anje and Hachijo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It had been serious and fiery. Anje had the knowledge that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle which had drifted here once more from the Rokkenjima of 12 years prior to tell her of one truth, and it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, that was only one truth, and it did not mean an end to her journey. However, maybe it can be viewed this way. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, at that moment, just enjoying the feeling along with the bitter coffee Hachijo had made was enough.
ありがとう。最後まで読んでくれて。そして、あなたの考えと感想を。きっと一番最初の無限の魔女も喜んでいると思います。
なんだ、素直にそういうことも言えるじゃない。最初からそういう口調で喋ってれば、もっとファンも増えるんじゃない？
No, she likes being cryptic. Let her be.
あなたという素晴らしい読者を称えているだけです。物言わぬ、考えることもできぬ豚どもに読ませるくらいならば、あなた一人のために原稿を記す方が、私に与えられた寿命という時間をよほど有意義に費やせると言いたいだけ。
That's very sweet, and honestly, as a creative person myself, I can honestly understand where she's coming from. Like, I haven't really published anything yet, so I can't really make a much informed opinion about it. But really, when there's even one person who's willing to be invested in what you create, in the characters that you make, aside of like surface things, and they are like genuinely interested in knowing more, and actually talk to you about the things, and vice versa, the same with you talking about their things and sharing ideas, as well as like hearing opinions and all that, like things that come out of genuine appreciation and love, you know. It's like with Umineko, like how with love it cannot be seen. And honestly, when I think about it, Erika and Anje are kind of a little bit alike, if you think about it. Like, Anje came into episode 4 wanting to tear Beato apart, rip the world to shreds, and and didn't see a lot of things with love, right? She saw Rosa with zero pity. She just wanted to end everything with Beato, wanted to free Battler, and she just wanted the cold hard truth, right? Erika kinda was the same if you think about it. Like, she came into the game board more or less under Bern Castell's order, and she came in without any love for the characters present, for the adults. The witch, like Beato herself, wanted to tear her apart as well, wanted just the truth so much that she even would like conjure really brutal and ugly truths because she wanted to solve the mystery. It's even how Ronove also points out in episode 5. He said that the game was being conducted with no love and was atrocious. And I think this is kind of what Hachijo is going towards in her, what she's saying. At least I believe so, that she doesn't want you to just read and get the answers, or like read without any care. She actually wants to see if you are invested enough in the work to find out the truth by yourself.
だからそういうことを言わなきゃいいのに。ま、一応は褒められたと思っておくわ。さて。
I get the feeling that I spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I spent a major fraction of my time here. Though it should feel uncomfortable, sitting here on a sofa in someone else's house, for some strange reason, it all feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock says it's only been about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange.
お連れの方は遅いですね。
長電話かしら。
Oh, Amakusa,
男
huh?
のくせに気持ち悪いやつ。
Oh, let him be. But he gotta contract the bros, right? He said he was going to make a scheduled report to Okonogi-san, didn't he? Maybe Okonogi is his bro, and he's like, "Hey man, how you doing?" So I heard about this really crazy tale. You want to hear about it? And he's like, "No, not really. How's Anje?" And he just starts talking about episode 6, and he's like, so about the report. Even though he was told he could use the phone here, he declined and went look for a public phone somewhere. Something about how he didn't want the risk of being bugged. He's a moron, so I'll let him do what he wants.
公衆電話って遠いんですか？
通りに出てずっと下っていけば角のお店にありますよ。
これでおいとまします。これ、洋館代にでも。
そのお金をあなたまた来て私の新しい原稿を読んで感想を聞かせてくれますか？
札束払ってまで私みたいな可愛くない女に原稿を読んでほしいんですか？
Right, what I forgot to say about how Anje and Erika are very much the same in a few ways. The difference between Anje and Erika is that Anje still has like a sense of compassion in her because Maria and Butler are in this tale. But she does learn from Maria, right? To start seeing things with love, including like even Beato, even though she despises her, she still cares about her family, right? It's her family that's in this tale. While Erika refuses to see things with love, right? Until the very end, she's like, only what I like, the truth that I find out is what matters. It doesn't matter by what means.
いいえ、あなたは本当に良い、よく考える読者だった。あなたのような人を探すために、私たちは物語を紡ぎ。
Basically, what I'm trying to say is Erika is like the embodiment of the reader who just wants to go in to tear everything apart without a care of the characters and the story that they are given, and kind of an antithesis of Anje.
褒めすぎだわ。私は読書に感情移入しすぎるタイプなだけよ。
この短くない時間を割いてくれたお礼に、いつかきっとあなたの物語を書きましょう。
またあんたの義書に私が登場するの？今度はマシな殺し方を頼むわ。
あなたは奇跡はお好き？
ご都合主義？昔は嫌いだったけど、最近は大歓迎よ。
Because it happened to her, huh?
口が肥えてるんで、ビルから飛び降りて無傷なくらいじゃ、もう奇跡には入れてないけど。
では、 そんなあなたが奇跡に思える物語をやがていつか。
I can't wait for episode 7, ma'am.
どうも。突然押しかけてひどいことばっかり言ってすみませんでした。
いいえ、ゆい編集局長さんにまたあなたとの対談をセッティングしてもらおうかしら。
その機会がまたあるならね。See you again. Have a nice day.
Just like that. Yeah.
ええ、またいつか。あなたの真実にたどり着けますように。
ありがとう。
もしあなたの真実にたどり着けたなら、あなたの真実もいつか物語にしてみてください。
あんたらの魔女仲間になれと？どうかしら。文字書くの苦手だし、良き読者が良き執筆者とは限らないわよ。
いやいや、全く。私も人の本は全く読めませんし。
やれやれ。じゃあこれで。
あなたとはこれで二度と会わないだろうけれど、いつかどこかで別のあなたにまた会える幸運を祈っています。
In another fragment? Or was that directed at us,
最
the
後に一
reader?
つだけ。
どうぞ。
物語の中に登場したフェザリーヌって魔女、あれはあんたよね。
語るのもおこがましいですが、そのつもりです。
A self-insert?
こういう質問もおかしいんだけど。
Hachijo, did you self-insert into Higurashi? Is that why we got
あ
Sotsu?
んたがフェザリーヌなの？フェザリーヌがあんたなの？
Huh.
さて、
That's an interesting
何
question.
の話やら。
That mysterious woman was mysterious to the last, and so the day of which I had no memories ended, and on the following day I will take a boat to Nijima. I'll probably never meet her again. However, that just means that I won't meet her, so some other me might meet her somewhere down the road, just as I have reached several truths that must also want to reach the truth. So long, Federine. If you ever write a decent story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by. No, I really love this. It's such a beautiful end. Oh, it's still not quite over, huh?
おかげさまで。こんな豪勢なエスコートは初めてですぜ。おこのぎの旦那も招待したいくらいだ。
遠慮する。もう俺は年だ。飛んだり跳ねたりは卒業したぜ。
The person on the other end of the line was Okonogi. Okonogi was also a man who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone.
こっちはクールな旅をしてますんで、今んところ飛んだり跳ねたりの必要はありません。
妻寺かすみが死に物狂いで探している。情報屋の話じゃ。すでに六軒島への足まで用意させてるらしい。鉢合わせするぜ。
予定通りで。
せいぜい5、6人前後のグループだろう。武装もおそらく拳銃程度。お前の敵じゃない。好きに暴れろ。だが確実に殺す。お前好みのおもちゃは用意できたか？
もちろん。旦那もよくこんなもんが国内で手配できるもんだ。
Behind Amakusa was the rental car that they'd borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag.
終わったらとっとと日本を離れろ。今度は成田でカップ麺を箱で買うのを忘れるんじゃねえぜ。
今度は気をつけますって。ちょろい仕事です。
あと、例の件も分かってるよ
な。
例の件あって何のことやら。
とぼけやがって。まあいいさ。お前はなんだかんだ言って昔から俺の期待を裏切らない男だ。お前さえ要領が良けりゃ手を汚さずに済む。いくらでもやりようがあるさ。
何の話か分かりかねますぜ。
エンジェちゃんもかわいそうな子なのは分かってんだ。ならそうと真相の令状らしく振る舞ってくれりゃいいんだが、エヴァさん亡き後俺たちは結束していくことで合意してんだ。みこしは大事だが少々よろしくない。世界平和のためにな。
Okay.
流れ次第ってことですぜ。スマデラの黒服がマシな銃の撃ち方をしてくれりゃいいんだが。なんです旦
那。まさかほんの数日のエンジちゃんとできちまったわけじゃねえだろうな。
あんなちちくせえ小娘にご冗談を。
いや俺は別にいいんだぜ。お前もようやく女にちょっかいを出すくらいには吹っ切れたってことじゃねえか。世界の半分は女なんだぜ。一人や二人でうじうじしてたら身が持たねえぜ。
Oh my god.
おっと、噂すりゃなんとやらお嬢が来ました。そんじゃこれで新島の宿に着いたら連絡しますぜ。それじゃ。
Okay, what's up? Anja was walking down the street. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived the wrong life. Oh boy.
ずいぶん長電話だったのね。待ち疲れたからおいとましてきたわ。
すみませんすみません。
What are you plotting, my guy?
どうでした？何か面白いことは分かりましたかい？
She won't tell you.
面白かった。収穫はそれだけよ。
そいつはクールだ。
After Amakusa opened the passenger side door, Anja got in the car. Amakusa quickly went around the driver's seat.
じゃあ港へ向かいます。旦那の情報じゃスマデラ家が網を張ってるらしいですぜ。
それに引っかかるようなら私の運もその程度。引っかからないなら六軒島は私を待ってるわ。任せましょう。運に。
運か。
どうするか決めかねていると、あるいはどうでもいいとき、コイントスのように運命に身を任すのも悪いことじゃないわ。
へへ、なら俺もそいつに任せてみますかね。嫌いじゃねえや、そういうの。
ボディーガードが運任せとか言い出したわ。最悪。
旦那との電話のせいですっかりオチを読み損ねちまった。あの後どうなったんですかい？聞かせてくださいよ。
Nope, you gotta read it yourself. The car dashed through the hilly town. The car wouldn't return to Hachijo's house for all eternity. However, Anja didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle that the current Endless Witch Hachijo Toya had given her. In the rear view mirror, the town where a witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene was reflected in Anja's eyes. And thus closes episode 6. I mean, we probably... Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to say. We have the question marks left. Okay. Only that's left, and then we finally have episode 6 done.
Ramda. Doko?
She's on the burn. Is she back? Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat, and I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her, and then won't answer when I call her name? Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I'd left the cathedral. I planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze to kill time on until the end of the partial reception.
人の顔を見たくなかったから人気のない方へばかり進んだけど、さすがにこれはいないにも程があるわ。
I, the great Birkenstell, am lost? A miracle like that certainly wouldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. Whoops, sorry. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached, a period that's no different from infinity. So when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it is not a miracle, but the product of someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this corridor is because someone's design has forced me here.
誰？こんな手の込んだ真似で私を呼ぶのはよっぽどの恥ずかしがり屋みたいね。こんな人気のないところに呼び出すんだから。
Then from the other end of the dark corridor, I heard a sound. booms coming. It sounded as though some small animal, like a dog or a cat, was walking at a quick pace. No miracle could cause a dog or a cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I'm being guided in that direction. Very well. This might be some new theme to keep me entertained. If this is some new joke of Lambda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a reward. And then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. That sounded very sussy until you said the parasol part. In the direction the noise had come from, it was not only dim, but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could only sense something in that darkness. There were two emerald green glints, probably cat eyes. The eyes of a black cat that peered through the darkness. Spooky music. When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. The marks were unsettling, as though the cat had run through a pool of blood. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, then even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out of these red footprints. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but they served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onwards. Patter, 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 patter. As though it was telling me to follow, the cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it surely is more fun than this. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the dark corridor. Forward, turn, head down what appeared to be stairs from time to time, and then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, it went in through the crack of a door. I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air on the slight change in the echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room and not a corridor. The sound of the cat's footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, there was the same black cat gobbling down some bloodstained pet food. I see. So this is its reward for bringing me here.
猫、お食事中悪いけれど、そろそろあんたの主人を呼んでちょうだい。それともまさか、あんたが私を呼んだ本人ってわけじゃないわよね。
Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it is an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner. Oh, come on, don't be mean to the kitty. When I did kick the cat, it sailed away like a stuffed animal, hit the wall, and fell to the ground. Don't be mean to the kitty. Then it vanished, melting into darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at its food plate, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it up on there.
この趣味の悪い艦隊はケルトはひどいことをする。
Oh, Federine. The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then surrounding area finally brightened. However, Berncassel had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. It's her.
Sonata de Aroga. Sono neko wa.
Oh, it was her.
肉を食らい、選ぶ道もあることを学んだ猫よ。久しぶりであるな。
あんたが教えなきゃ気づかずに済んだ道よ。肉の味を教えた化け物、生き返ったのね。フェザリーヌ・アウアウローラ。
アウアウアウローラ？アウアウアウアウ。
アウグストス・アウローラである。そなたには何度教えても覚えぬな。よい、それもまた懐かしい。噂は聞き及んでいるぞ。奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルを名乗り、あまり褒められぬかけら遊びをして回っているとな。
You mean Igarashi?
あんたの真似をしてるだけよ。
Nah, she's just hopping into different game boards and seeing what's entertaining,
お
right?
呼びやしないけれど、もし私の噂がよからぬものならば、あんたはそれに100をかけるべきだわ。
Bernkansel sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with the place.
何を怯えているか。私はこれまでで最も長く過ごした巫女との再会を喜んでいるだけであろうが、使いの猫がそんなにも気に入らなかったか。
Bernkansel's manner seemed completely relaxed. However, Featherine admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And judging by the expression that had risen to Bern's face, Featherine had been right on the mark.
私に対する当てつけにも程があるわ。血の足跡を残しながら歩き、血まみれの肉を頬張る猫なんてね。露骨にも程。
怯えるな。
Do you have to make me go through another
よ
sotsu?
く見よ。血まみれの肉を頬張る猫など、そなたを迎えに行った褒美にビスケットの皿を与えただけではないか。
It was though suit covering the plate at her feet was blown away, even though there was no wind. There lay an adorable and perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Bernkansel didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Featherine shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," as she rocked her rocking chair. Oh boy.
相変わらず不愉快なやつだわ。でもね、今は愉快よ。あんたの真似をしてるとね、本当に退屈しないわ。
なじれ、好きに。かつて別れに際し、そなたに許した置き土産だ。
口の悪い巫女は退屈しないから好き。ちっ、バカバカしい。あんたを喜ばせるくらいなら口をつぐむわ。それで何の用？
ベアトリーチェのゲームがバトラの勝利によって終わったそうだな。感激していた。なかなか面白かった。
私が無様な役で、それは面白かったでしょうよ。
とんでもない。なかなか光栄であった。ベアトもそなたに感謝しているだろう。
それでベアとのゲームのかけらを朗読しろって言うならお断りよ。私はもうあんたの巫女じゃない。
私はベアとのゲームをすべて感激してきた。
Featherine about to be like, "Yeah, I don't need you to read anything. I got a
ラ
new
ムダデル
Miko."
タのゲームもバトラのゲームも興味深く感激させてもらった。一応すべての謎に私なりの答えを用意できたつもりでいる。犯人、動機、個別のトリック、碑文の謎は最後がギリギリわからぬが、私が実際に六軒島に行き検証すればわかる程度のレベルまでの推理は持っている。
それで
無論真実は一つでない以上、私の推理も許される可能性の中の一つに過ぎぬだろう。しかしそれは可能性の範囲内であり、さまつな問題だ。
何よ、私とベアとのゲームの論争がしたいの？
違う。したいのは答え合わせだ。人の子よ。
She wants to see the answers. Therefore, episode 7. Those words of Featherines made Bernkansel straighten up. The old master did not fail to notice that small reaction.
そなたも出演者として参照のように物語を盛り上げてきた。その過程で多くの真実も知るだろう。しかしベアトが巧みに隠してきたいくつかの謎についてはそなたも知らぬのではないか。
なるほど。私にまた腹渡を食いちぎって引きずり出す役をやらせたいのね。
Oh boy.
感激を終えればパンフレットを読み舞台裏を知るのは、そなた風に言うなら食後にたしなむ紅茶のようなものだ。それはたしなみだが欠かすことはできぬ。
So basically watching the making of videos and stuff and like reading through an art book of the concept art.
生きてるうちはめでて遊んで、死んだら肉を食らってご機嫌満腹。あんたにとって猫は二度役に立つわけだわ。死ね、化け物。
答え合わせがしたい。そなたも知りたいはずだ。ベアとの亡骸を葬ると思い、その葬儀をそなたに執り行ってほしいということだ。それならばどうか、人の子よ。
多少は私好みな頼み方になってきたわ。
When Featherine snapped her fingers, a thin spotlight appeared on the table, which was covered with cluttered books. There lay a folded version of the game board of Beato's game. The Witch of Theatergoing spun her finger in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, showing the black and white pieces lined up inside it.
ゲーム版もコマもすべて揃っている。過去のゲームの寄付もすべて揃っている。
With a rustling sound, the book flipped through all its pages of its own accord, front to back, shut itself, and flew to the other side of the game board where it waited. Inside it, all of the movements of the pieces during the previous games were recorded.
なるほど、足りないのはプレイヤーと解説者だけってわけ。
紅茶も足りぬな。梅干しも足りぬか。もちろん用意しよ
う。いいわ。それにからし大福もつけてくれたら手を打つわ。
交渉は成立だ。
条件が一つ。
Which is?
ほう。それは何か。
朗読者は私よ。私、愛がないからいろいろとおかしな解釈をしてしまうかもしれない。でもどう読むか、どう抑揚をつけるかは朗読者の自由よ。
That too is true. It is up to the reader how they interpret the story, and death of the author is a thing.
私は答え合わせがしたいだけだ。物語になど興味はない。
Oh, that sucks.
そなたがどんな物語を紡ごうと全く興味がない。
Well, it does track with how Hachiju is like, I don't like to read any other's work other than mine.
なるほど。ようやくそなたが何をしたいのか。
飲むでしょ。条件。
いいだろう。私は答えが知りたい。そなたは鬱憤が晴らしたい。交渉は成立だ。
When Featherine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared, as though beckoning Birkenfeld to sit there. It was a throne, horribly mismatched with the furnishing of this room. Batter isn't the painting, there it is. Wait, I've seen this before. This is...
座るがよい。ゲームマスターはそなただ。
Oh, Byrne is the game master for episode 7. Oh, I'm not sure if this is a good idea, ma'am.
本当にいいのね。
そなたの鬱憤が晴れるような好きな物語を紡げばいい。私には興味ないことだ。ただし、私からも条件を一つ。私の求める答え合わせを隠し事も包み隠しもごまかしも一切なしだ。
Uh-oh. Oh, I was just talking about how Erika and the others want to tear everything apart. They want to know everything and have no love for the characters. Yeah, well, I think this is a setup for episode 7. Oh, wait!
任せなさい。腹渡引き裂いて中身をすべて引きずり出すのは私の最も得意とするところ。あんたの仕込みだもの。
紅茶を入れよう。魔法でなく私自らの手でな。主が巫女に茶を入れて信ぜようぞ。
かつてベアトは私に紅茶を飲むなら魔女とに限ると言ったわ。
我らにはどうやら違うようだな。
Fishy aroma but remixed. Oh, we have lyrics now. At some point that dish piled with biscuits had once again been covered with a mountain of torn apart meat and a splatter of red. Not just meat, even the bowels.
紅茶を飲むなら
化け物同士に限るわ。
Well, I guess this confirms that episode 7 is going to be fucking brutal. Like mega hyper brutal, and I'm not ready. So I thought this episode was fantastic and this was all great. And yeah, this also will mark the last stream where I stream on YouTube because, like I said, I'm really tired of doing the whole Twitch and YouTube switching on OBS because you have to log in every single time, go through the two-factor authentication every time, then switch your chat overlays and everything just to see if the YouTube or whatever version is working and all. And since I'm going to be freelancing somewhere in October, I also want to focus on Twitch more for streaming, and YouTube I want to work more as an actual video channel. So this channel right here where I'm streaming right now, I'm going to be using as solely VOD archive only. So I won't even upload clips here anymore. I will post clips on my side channel that's intended for shorts and clips, and maybe even compilation videos as well. And I'll eventually turn that one into my main channel. But this one I'll make just an archive channel because there's just no point in monetizing this channel because ever since I started live streaming here, I actually noticed. Oh, they're not done yet? Burnt Castell slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen, and could become a knight. However, that was only if it got promoted. Until then, it was only a trash piece, like a pawn. First comes the placing of the pieces. By this point, the witch's game has already begun. Burnt Castell took Beatrice's piece and raised it high. When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. Okay. There we go. We are finished with episode 6. Oh, and the screen is fitting. Let me just see what the title says. Which in her game. There is a bit of difficulty to this one. Okay. Oh, the cold hard truth. Well then. Isn't that riveting? Any case, let me just go to the just chatting screen. And yeah, I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. So basically, all I wanted to say was already said on the credits. So this will be the final stream that I'll make here on YouTube. As of now, I'll likely not stream here again. I'll stick to just streaming on Twitch, and whenever I stream on Twitch, I'll post like a community post on YouTube. And this channel will become just a VOD archive channel. So I'll be like, if I don't forget to, I'll be posting like the VODs from Twitch over here, like I have done before. And clips will be, and like compilation videos as well, will be shoved into my side channel, which will eventually become my main channel once I unlock community features over there. But the reason why I'm not going to be hosting YouTube streams anymore is that I saw at the end of the day, it wasn't really worth it because the majority of the people who said they wanted to watch me live on YouTube couldn't make it to the streams because of time zone problems. And the other reason was it kinda makes stuff more annoying to deal with in OBS as a software already, because the whole logging in and out, toggling widgets here and there all the time. And also YouTube has such a massive delay on the stream that it's a little bit detrimental for me personally. The other reason is also because I can't I can't like integrate emojis and other interactivity features like I can with Twitch. So my apologies to those who wanted to see me continue streaming on YouTube, but at the time being I decided to just revert this channel to a solely VOD uploading channel. If you want to see more from me, like either follow me on Twitch or keep an eye out on my second channel, the Shorts channel, which will eventually become the main channel, because there I'll want to upload like shorter form videos and not just VODs. And yeah, I don't know when I'll do episode 7. Maybe I'll start somewhere in October, like either in October or late September is what I thought about. And the other thing, yeah, Yakuza 0, I don't know when I'll continue either. But there's a few games I want to play before I read episode 7. Let's see, so I definitely want to play Needy Streamer Overdose sometime. And there's like Little Goody Two Shoes is coming out soon, and I really want to play that live. And perhaps other games as well that are coming out. So I'll definitely, you'll just keep an eye out on the schedules that I post, and you can always catch me on my Discord server as well, which is also linked in my community posts. If not, you can just ask me for the link and I'll send it to you. Or like on Twitch, I also have like a chat bot that gives you the Discord link on command. I think that's about it though. I'll wrap it up for now because it's already really late. I really stretched my time. It's almost like 5 hours since I've been streaming. And yeah, so I hope everyone had a good time with the stream. And I'll be seeing you guys next week on Tuesday on Twitch. And I'll be continually seeing you guys on Twitch the next few days. But yeah, PS before I close out. So I have actually scheduled 2 Umineko streams, like this one and for next Thursday. But next Thursday I'm changing the stream to something else, either Genshin Impact, Honkai Impact, or something else. But I'll notify it on Twitter and you'll see. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys for coming. Hope you guys had a fantastic time and you managed to like handle my yelling and screaming and this long stream with me. I hope you guys had a good time, and thank you for those who always came to the YouTube streams or watched the VODs of the live stream later. I always very much appreciate your support and you guys being here with me, and I always really enjoy reading for you guys. Like, you're like the reason I keep reading Umineko live instead of like just doing it off stream like I could have done. But I don't want to, because I genuinely enjoy reading Umineko for you guys, and I enjoy reading your reactions and you hanging out with me. So with my most heartfelt biggest thanks and my utmost love to you guys, I'll be seeing you next week. Good night!